Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Sector 1 Sim Racing. We have had 7 incredible rounds of this season. A brutal one, to be honest, in the Honda NSX. But now we come to the conclusion. Who's going to take home glory in Division 1 and Division 3 here at the home of endurance racing, Cirque de la Sarthe, the home of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's going to be an absolutely slobber knocker, just barnstorming style of a race. Looking very much forward to bringing you all the action. Speaking of which, let's check out our battleground for tonight. Of course, a world-famous circuit, 13.8 kilometres. It's got one of the longest straights in all of world motorsport. Fondly remembered for many many big moments, like Mark Webber's big flip back in the 1997 or 98 Le Mans 24 Hour. Also, some absolutely incredible moments a few years ago, especially with Toyota dying in the last 10 minutes of the race. I think it was 2019. I might be wrong. Anyway, 21 corners here. It's a 90-minute enduro as well. As you can see, our compounds there: soft, mediums, hards, intermediates, and wets. They are mandatory to use the medium and hard. However, the conditions are looking a bit grim, so these guys will not have to worry about the mandatory tyre for tonight. Joining me in the box, of course, is the one and only smooth, dulcet tones of Mr. Bumcrack. Are you there, Crack?
I certainly am, Karen. Smooth and dulcet may not be the right description, but I'm here.
I'll tell you what, I'm actually quite nervous for this one. There's no telling what's going to happen, and we're about to witness history here, especially in the start of the Division 3 side of things. We'll just gloss over the points now, and well, 4 points between Boybegum and Levenspiel. Rev's Law, though, well and truly in this championship fight. He may be P3, but it is double points tonight in a 90-minute endurance race where anything can happen. And it's open slather there. Even Brewer, who's technically still mathematically in the title fight, although it would take something pretty big for him to climb over the top of 3 drivers. Any of them could technically win this. It's just crazy.
Yes, and this track is it's not going to let anyone off lightly. It's such a hard track to get away from anybody. It's anything goes on this track, I think. Anything could happen.
Yeah, I agree completely. It's one of those tracks where basically one false move and you're going to be either straight into a wall, or if you mistime your pit stops, if it rains, for example, and you're caught out, there are so many things that can happen here that can cause you to go from hero to zero, or the other way around. We've seen big moments in the last couple of seasons in terms of people calling their strategies right. We're looking forward to seeing, though, if anyone decides to play the long game or decides to just throw the Hail Mary at it and say, well, this is my last chance, I'm going to go for it. But we'll see what happens as we have a look at the chat. Robert Rice is in the house. Revs is already pretty excited for this one tonight. Good evening to Snake Eyes, Womble, Snoopy. Ghost is in the chat as well. Hope you're doing well, mate. And Mr. CP himself, Chase, has actually joined us down in the pit lane. I can see him down there waving at the moment. Oh no, he's got another big paycheck out there. So anyway, I reckon we might get these guys underway for qualifying. These guys have already been nervous enough through the week. A lot of drivers have been practicing relentlessly. Some of the guys have absolutely thrown the haymakers already in the practice starts. Is there anything, Bumcrack, that you want to let us in on in terms of who's quick and who's sort of going to find a little bit?
I didn't really have a full house and full practice because this is such a long track. No one was actually posting times. So I can only go on watching people, following them around the track, and I think it'll be pretty close.
Yeah, agreed. I think there's going to be at least 1 or 2 big surprises in Division 3. I don't think we've seen the end of the Revs Law Challenge, especially with how quick he's been over the last couple of rounds. He might have something to say about this, but if you're on Team Levenspiel, if you're on Team Boybegum, Team Revs, Team Greer, Team Karen, just make sure you fire in your picks, guys, in the chat. Let us know who you think is going to be the one to watch. I reckon we might get qualifying underway because this is going to be a very long night for these guys, and we're looking very much forward to this. So strap yourselves in, guys. Make sure you got your drink, your coffee, snacks, if you've got chocolates, or if you're deciding to sip on a nice Chardonnay or some form of wine. Here in the comms box tonight, I think we've only got... we've been spoilt. There's plenty of plenty of water in the fridge here, and these chairs are quite comfortable, so I'm looking forward to this one though. It's going to be hard to see who's going to win this one, because as we know, it's 90 minutes. So strap yourselves in, guys, as we go down to the track for the first time tonight, and it's going to be just grin and bear it. We'll see how these drivers go across such a long racetrack. We're expecting times to be, I'd say 3-minute, 340s, 345s. I might be wrong.
No, I think that's about correct if they're on soft tyres. Yeah.
So, for everyone that doesn't know, it is an extended qualifying session for tonight. 15 minutes instead of the usual 10 minutes that the drivers get to go around, seeing as the track is as long as it can be. We'll start off with... let's see who's coming up the field now. We'll start off with the Stranger for Doghouse Motorsport. And this is a team that has really gone from strength to strength this season, and then they find themselves in a very weird position. They've got, of course, a driver in Division 2 next week challenging for a title, but the Stranger and Petey Pops, make no bones about it, they've had performances, but we're just waiting to see if it can all click tonight for them. We got Sizzling Sausage for Black Rose Racing, and he's had a fantastic season. It took him a little bit to get used to the car, as it did for everybody else, of course, but he's looked very, very much at home as the seasons have gone on, and he's even had a couple of surprise results over in Division 2, a much stronger division, a very hard one to get used to. He's on call tonight for Squirrel, so good luck to Sausage, and see how he fares as Carbon Boy goes straight up the inside through the Molzan kink. Now, Carbon Boy, make no bones about it, he wants to finish the season off as strong as he can, and from all accounts, he's looked very, very good. I've heard whispers through the week that he's not mucking about with this one. Our first championship contender, it is Graham, aka Guru for Dadson Racing, and I'm looking very much forward to seeing how Guru bounces back. Every time he's had a moment this season, he's been able to find a way to claw back some time on the rest of the field and just make something happen from nothing. He just needs a clean set of heels over the next couple of laps, and hopefully has a very, very strong night tonight as his second championship contender, Levenspiel, for Red Mist Racing, and that ever bright, ever glowing livery. You can't miss that one from Womble, and Levenspiel has got everything to fight for tonight. It's a 4-point gap, so the pressure's not on him as much as it might be on Boybagum, but make no bones about it, Levenspiel does not want to make a mistake tonight. He's going to have to be perfect. Our third championship contender tonight is R-Rice Revs for Kung Fu Racing, I believe, and sporting a very very good retro livery there. I believe it's from the Formula 1 cars of 2004, 2005, 6 area. I'm not sure. I am clueless. Just don't listen to me on that one. But it is a fantastic looking car as he goes through the Porsche curves. Prua for APR Motorsport, and had a little bit of real life racing last week with the Hyundai Excels over in Tasmania. I believe it was at Simmons Plains. He had a bit of a moment there, just going through the Corvette curves there, and he's just wanting to finish this season off now. Looking forward to putting the Q in the rack. There's Killer on the loose for Lightning Motorsport, and Killer, he wants to finish strong. He's done alright in the points side of things. He's had 1 or 2 results though that have not gone his way, but he's looking for a strong result tonight. Black Project for Kraken Esports there, and Bumcrack, I reckon he's going to be the one to watch tonight, to be honest. You got any thoughts on how he's been preparing for this one?
To be honest, I haven't seen much of him, but the little bit I did see tonight in pre-race practice, he was looking pretty hot, actually. He's a pretty handy driver when he wants to be.
Budsy for ISA Esports, and Budsy's been the surprise pick of the bunch over the last 2 rounds. He's stepped up to Division 2 just to fill in, and, well, he's blown pretty much everyone away with how his speed is, and he is going to be, I feel, the wild card for this event tonight. If he gets involved in this win, and he causes a little bit of havoc for the likes of Boybagum and Levenspiel, then, yeah, he's going to be he's going to be the ace in the hole, I feel, for this race tonight, as we've got Daz for Deeds Racing, and a little bit of a livery change tonight for Daz. He's decided to rock up in the pre-game Pale Ale livery, so one last run into Deeds colours tonight. See how Daz goes, though. I've been talking to him throughout the week. He's been quietly going about his business. Doesn't really expect the world tonight, but he said, you know, strategy is strategy. We'll see how it all plays out. We got Boy Begum, the championship leader for CP Motorsports, and I'm just going to say it, he's going to be very, very hard to beat, but it is Le Mans. Anything can happen here, and he's got 4 points to Levenspiel, and in double points, that's essentially being ahead by, what, next to nothing. So what, he's also going to have to be perfect tonight. If anything goes wrong, we're going to know about it, that's for sure. And bringing up the rear now is VF for Dadson Racing, and VF, he's had a couple of clean results the last couple of rounds. He's looking forward to a nice relaxing holiday, so to speak. And that Dadson Racing car, you can always guarantee that looks good. So that's our field for Division 3, guys. It's going to be intriguing to see, as we find out what the lap times are going to be like, who actually stands up and decides to put a little bit of a stamper on this one. I think there's going to be... How can I say it? I think there's going to be a couple of big surprises here in terms of... oh, there we go. So Sausage has already got a half-second penalty. And that's one of the big things as well in terms of racing here at Le Mans. The penalties are quite harsh. You can easily cop a half-second penalty for just the smallest cuts. As we see Sizzling Sausage just decide to take position. And is there anything that has really surprised you so far this season with these guys, Bumcrack? Is there anyone that's sort of just caught your eye a little bit? As being a team owner, surely you're looking at some of these guys for next season, maybe coming up to Kraken Esports, or...
Oh, well, it all depends on what happens at the end of the season, but look, Division 3's always been sort of like a real hotbed of really close racing. I came up from there last season. It's tight as. Sizzling Sausage, like, to be honest with you, as a Division 4 driver, he stepped up a couple of grades a couple of times and done really well.
So,
you know?
The stranger, I've just seen a comment there from Dadson. That Deeds car is nearly a Dadson car. He's not wrong, actually. As Levenspiel goes to the top, it's done a 3-minute 44.387. And it's not every day we say 3-minute lap times, which is a bit of a surprise, to be honest. But Levenspiel at the moment, 3/10 to the good as the times start rolling in. Budsy goes to the top. Look at that. A 3:43.199 straight off the bat.
3:42.
Whoa! Boy Begum!
Oh, no.
So Boy Begum has decided to just go, I don't care. This is my championship. You guys can think what you want, but it is mine. As Daz just fires it up a bit too far through the Dunlop curves there. That was, Boy Begum has decided to fire the first shot. And that'll put a lot of guys up and down the field on notice. One of the big things we were talking about actually throughout the week, though, on lap 1, do you really want to be leading down the Mulsanne straight? Because that slipstream, it is brutal. Boy Begum just goes through on Budsy there, through Antares. So, make sure you also like the stream tonight, guys. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button. And, of course, don't miss a thing by hitting the notification bell as well. We've got a couple more races coming up next week with the Division 2 or 4 titles to be decided as well. As you can see there, I think that might be Gurr just sitting behind Levenspiel at the moment. Levenspiel 2 seconds behind. He is purple at the moment, though. So we will have to keep our eyes peeled on that one. But Boy Begum at the moment, the man to beat. That's a stonkingly quick time. Slipstream obviously being one of the key factors here in qualifying on such a long straight. But if you end up getting caught at Indianapolis, for example, behind another car, it could also really ruin your lap. See the Stranger there now in P5 at the moment. Looks like the weather's sort of just starting to turn a little bit. There's a lot of cloud cover out there at the moment, which means the track will cool quite nicely, but I'm very intrigued to see what it actually does as the Stranger. He's not purple at the moment, but he's actually... he just slides it wide. It was a good catch, actually, to make sure he could hold that one as he's heading up towards Porsche curves now. And this is a section here that can really make or break the rest of your lap. You've got to carry a lot of mid-corner speed through these fast left-right-handers. And it's very easy to run wide as a result. One false slip and you could easily hit the wall through the Corvette curves. Or you could even go completely off. Just jump on board now with the Stranger. Heading up now to the pit straight complex. And this is a very tricky area to get right. It's also a very easy spot to cop a penalty. Through Ford chicane. Oh, car just did not want to grip on the exit. He does find time though, and he goes P4. Very good lap so far by the Stranger. As Levenspiel goes to P2 now. The laps are coming in. Revs has now gone to P2 as well, but there's still 7 tenths virtually to Boybegum. That is a massive gap. Feel like they're only going to get one more crack at this though. Brewer just comes in nicely with a 3-minute 48. So it looks like Boybegum has had a bit of a moment somewhere. He's coming across the line right now. 3-minute 54. He's well and truly down in his best lap. And same with Daz. So both these guys have had moments, and it's very, very hard track to get right. And Boybegum is definitely fighting the right lap time early, but it looks like Daz in P8 at the moment just needs to find that little bit more. Budsy in 4th at the moment, and he's purple, but he's also got a car in front of him in terms of slipstream. I think that might be Killer on the Loose. It is.
Boybegum's purple through his first sector.
Oh no, so Boybegum going even quicker at the moment. Budsy's purple. Might be seeing a couple of Harry Hot laps about to enter the fray. You can see that how long the Mulsanne straight really is. As he enters through, I think it's, oh, he's just had a little bit of exit oversteer through Forza Curve. That will be the end of Budsy's lap.
Gosh, Boybegum is up like 0.9.
And he's flashing the lights too, so I think that might be Guru in front of him.
VF, I think. This is an incredible lap.
But the thing found for Boybegum is you don't want to be caught behind the traffic, but it's not like VF can just let him by. VF's also on a lap as well, so Boybegum has to time it right. VF lets him through, so great sportsmanship shown there by the Datsun. Oh, he's a second up! Here we go! Oh, wrong view. There we go. We're on board now with Boybegum for CP Motorsports, and he might be about to drop an absolute haymaker of a time. Oh, a little bit wide on the exit there of I think that was Mulsanne. Still purple as well. He's been so strong this season as Boybegum. It's one thing altogether to actually put on a really, really competitive season. It's another thing altogether to do it when the title's so close. And one simple mistake can make you fall off, as we've just seen up in front there. I think that might be Sausage, yeah. He's still a second up at the moment. Going through Virage, sorry. Yeah, he's gonna... Sausage is gonna have to... Yeah, he's gonna have to really think about this, Boybegum. And this is where you don't want to be held up by traffic, because Sausage does not have to move. Oh, and you can see, yep, he's just being caught out a little bit there. He's still purple at the moment through the Corvette curves. The question is he going to stay purple? Oh, you can see Boybegum's going to have to fight through this.
He's got it.
Yep, Sausage just goes by. This is going to be a quick time no matter which way you slice this, as Carbon Boy goes to P5 with a 3 minute 44.1. Is this going to be quick? It is a 341. Whoa! A 341. Rebs can't match that. Levenspiegel's got a half-second penalty. Can Budsy match it? No, he can't. Carbon Boy's done. VF's done. There's still a few more drivers to come across now. Black Project does a 342. He's gone to second.
Oh, nice work.
You can tell there's a very happy team owner right there. And I think that might be everyone coming across the line, but
Stranger's still got a penalty, so doesn't bode well.
That is a brutal lap. 1.5 seconds clear.
Wow.
Boybegum takes pole position, and I'm scared for Division 2 next season if he's going to put a time together like that. That is just insane. Wow.
I think he's well and truly got his foot on the throat of this one.
He does, and I don't think he's going to make it easy for anybody in terms of Division 3 tonight. That is a ridiculous time. As Ghost has just said, taking the PI 55. Mid-pack Hack said mic drop moment. I think that might be Turtle in chat as well, and he's just corrected me on a few corner names. So thanks there, Turtle. Sean O'Sullivan's fighting Go Team Rocky 05. Yeah, they've got a couple of big name runners coming in Division 1 race. None in Division 3, but make no bones about that. Goat and Diswood will be a big part of that Division 1 champ race win tonight. But how do you stop Boybegum? How do you stop him? Seriously, he is just in a whole different world right now. Shizer has just fired in the chat. Wow. Yep, I agree completely, Shizer. I think Boybegum has definitely put the entire Division 3 on notice with that one result. I'm a bit scared as to what he's going to be able to do now. Just waiting on... there we go. So, just waiting on Gran Turismo to finish up doing its thing. And we will cross over now to the qualifying results. And as you can see, Boybegum having his centre moment with a 3 minute 41.2. Black Project 1.5 seconds behind in second. Revs in third. Levenspiel P4. Budsy 5th. Carbon Boy 6th. VF 7th. The Stranger in 8th. Guru in 9th. Daz rounding out the 10. May Square will call him Dadson tonight for the black and gold. Prua in 11th. 12th is Killer on the Loose. And bringing up the rear there is Sizzling Sausage. Just couldn't put a lap down. So it looks like there's a couple of horror stories in that one. But 90 minutes. Long way to go. And guys in chat, fire in your picks for this one. We've got 40 viewers at the moment, but only 16 likes. So make sure you smack that like button, guys. As Bumcrack, you're just pondering over Black Project's P2 there, by the sounds of things.
Oh, nice bit of work that was. Very impressive stuff. See, I'm not really looking at anyone new on the team at the moment.
It sounds like you're having a proud dad that's just finished mowing the lawn moment.
Yes, you look.
You're chuffed, I can tell.
It's still 90 minutes, though. It's a lot of racing.
Yeah, and there's a lot that can happen between now and then. Weather can play its part. Anyone could fall off the track. It's going to be insane, but I think we might smack that red, white, and blue button. I think it's red, white, and blue. Is that? Yes, it is. That's the colours of France. It's also the colours of the Netherlands and the US. So, anyway, good luck to all the Division 3 drivers if they're actually tuned in on their little monitors in the car there while they're waiting to grid up. Diswood is fired in Boibergun by 40 plus seconds. Oh,
maybe.
Oh, that's a big call, that one. Carbon Boy to get a podium tonight from Ghost. Brocky's fired in the wet weather is expected. Oh, that is so. Looks like Brocky 05 Sim Racing's got some spotters of the weather at the moment. That's intriguing. Pruski's fired in High Ghost. Your shout. We're looking very much forward to seeing Ghost back behind the wheel at some stage too, very, very soon. His GoFundMe page still going at the moment. I think we're up to 14,000 at the moment. So we will post that later on. But I reckon whenever you're ready, we get underway here, Bumcrack.
Well, off we go then.
Yep, I'm looking forward to this one. And I can tell you right now, the nerves of Boibergum, Levenspiel, Rebs and Grur, they will be at an all-time high right now. Make no bones about that. Oh, I am nervous for this one. I am very, very nervous for this one. So someone is going to make history tonight, guys. One person can win this Division 3 title. So we cross down to the track. They are underway here at Le Mans for the final time in Season 8. Sector 1 is underway. Very strong start there by Revs. Black Project having to go a little bit defensive at the moment. Boibergum has got a very defensive line going at the moment. There's going to be a bit of a concertina here. There's going to be contact. They all get through nice and clean. Someone running very wide on the exit there. And it looks like side by side, Pruitt and Budsy already. And Pruitt one's really wide through the S-curves as they head through to Tetra Rouge for the first time. And already Pruitt's got a half-second penalty, so this looks like penalties will play their part in this one. Up at the front now, though, Black Project's challenging Boibergum for the win. And it looks like Revs and Black Project have both gotten past now. There's absolutely nothing in this as Revs just makes a little eye contact with Black Project. Revs takes the inside of the first of the Forza curve there. Is there going to be an invoice for that one? No, there's not. Very interesting at the moment. Levenspiel in third there. He's got to make this move on Boibergum. If he wants to put a statement on, he's got to make the move. As our three championship protagonists are line astern in 1, 2, and 3. It's absolutely crazy already how they're fighting for this. As Revson's very wide. A little bit of bumping and grinding there between Levenspiel and Boibergum. Jumping on board now with Levenspiel for Red Mist Racing. He's got Carbon Boy on his left, on his right hand side. I nearly got those mixed up. Oh, and you can see how deep Boibergum's braking. He's gone very defensive early. Already line astern as they start the first run towards Indianapolis. It's a 90-minute race and already these guys have been fighting for what seems like the last chip in the box. And it's only lap 1 as well as Carbon Boy decides to try and make it 3 wide. Surely not. And as you can see the inside, Boibergum thinks about the move but he can't get it done. Carbon Boy now poses as a buffer. He doesn't care about the championship. But this field is incredibly tight. Looks like someone's gone around in the background there. That's Daz. So Daz has dropped down to P13 now. But back up the front. Towards the Porsche curves, you can already see there's a bit of a split in the pack. Revs up by 6/10. And look at Carbon Boy go. He's already made the move on Levenspiel. He doesn't care. He's willing to fight for this one. Gee whiz, they're already going at it already, and it's only lap 1, and I'm losing my voice over this already.
It's like 90-minute sprint.
It feels like that already with the way they're just trying to make moves, especially down Molzan. This Carbon Boy now, he's got himself into third. A fantastic start as Boybagum has a big moment. Carbon Boy might just decide to go up the inside here. He does. So Carbon Boy is making no bones about it. He's going for the win here. This Boybagum, does he think about a move? No, he doesn't. Shows the nose a little bit through the Dunlop curves. Under the world famous Dunlop Bridge now though. And that's the thing, do you really want to be punishing your tyres this early? Do you want to be using fuel this early? You've got to set yourself up for the long game here in an endurance race. Make sure you're there towards the end of it. The last 10 to 15 minutes, something goes wrong in the race, you need to be ready for it. And it looks like Carbon Boy already having to defend against Boybagum here. Boybagum now decides to go up the inside. He has to pull back. The slipstream's not strong enough for him. But Carbon Boy looks like he's got really strong race pace at this point because he's already knocked off 0.4 of a second to the gap to Revs. I'm actually genuinely intrigued by this. It's Revs, Boybagum and Levenspiel all got a title fight, but Carbon Boy looks like he's not wanting to muck about for this one. So we go back down the field now. We'll just check in on Budsy, who's just off the back of this little quartet. Oh! Big moment! Big moment! That's Carbon Boy in the dirt! Carbon Boy has had a massive moment. See if we can catch that on replay. Oh, Boybagum had a big moment as well, and Carbon Boy was already off at that point. Was there contact? That's intriguing, and now Carbon Boy fights his way back up to P5, but it looked like, from the way that Boybagum's car was very unsettled, it looked like there was a little bit of contact. But I don't know. Revs has skipped out now to a full second lead, as you can see. Pack starting to spread. They're all still on the straight towards Indianapolis, but still a lot of time to play with. Still got 83 minutes of racing here, and Black Project now starting to think about the move on Levenspiel. Levenspiel up to third. Might need to start doing some number crunching as well soon in chat, guys, because 4-point gap, double points on offer. It's intriguing as Levenspiel now has Black Project go around the outside of the Porsche curve. Black Project gets it done. That is a fantastic move. Runs a little bit wide though. Still got it done. So Black Project also with some speed to burn. Just go back through the field a little bit. VF now 1.7 seconds to the good. He's got the Stranger just behind him. Sausage in a big brawl at the moment with Prua. So Prua up to P10. He's had a great start. Killer and a loose in 11th. He's got Daz, who's just forward up behind him. We know what Killer's like. Killer is not the easiest person to pass, so Daz will have to earn this one. So they start lap 3 now of the S1 24 hour here at the world famous Cirque de la Sarthe. And I think we might start to ponder what the fuel and tyre situation looks like at the moment. Bumcrack, did you want to double check with Revs as he goes purple through Tetra Rouge?
We will indeed, although I was actually watching Matty, that'll come with an invoice, I think. Maybe, yeah.
Oh, he's got a half-second penalty.
Yeah, I knew it was.
Oh,
Well, there's actually two strategies playing out as far as I can see. Rhodes is on his medium tyres. As we expect, there's not that much wear there, not too much fuel use. Very similar. Birmingham is on the mediums. Black Project's on the mediums. Carbon Boy's on the softs. He's taking the big risk.
yeah, that's a surprise. I didn't think someone would take the soft early on like that.
No, it's a very risky strategy, and he's about 30% or 25% gone on the rear right-hand tyre.
Yeah, as he's got Levenspiel all over him.
Laps. Yeah, he'll drop off very soon off the pace, I reckon. Levenspiel, he's on the mediums and harassing him. Budsy is going on the mediums. And with a fair bit of wear, actually. Budsy's giving his rear right a bit of a touch-up so far. Probably the worst of the lot. Well, I say that. Oh, it's VF with 20% gone with softs. Another soft start. Stranger, he's on the mediums and he's probably 10% gone. Sizzling sausages on the mediums. Truski's on the racing softs, another one with a half-second penalty, and he's probably about 30% of his tyres have been worn out. Dazzle's on the mediums, looking good on tyres. Killer's on the mediums, still looking good. Guru's on mediums, and looking probably one of the best out there, actually.
Interesting. So I wonder if Guru's playing the long game here. He's 18 seconds behind, but in the grand scheme of things, 18 seconds this early.
Not a lot.
Yeah, short-term pain for long-term gain, perhaps.
Quite possibly. He's looking after his tyres better than anyone else.
So I think he might be definitely looking to run long, by the sounds of things. That's very intriguing. Of course, APR Automotive sponsoring the fuel and tyre update there from Mr. Bumcrack. We're in safe hands. So we are back up the front now. Boybagum has gotten past Revs with that penalty served now. And this paddle pack here between Revs and Boybagum back to Carbon Boy, it's not really splitting at the moment. If anything, it seems like it's starting to close up a little bit between these guys. Looks like Carbon Boy has definitely still got a little bit of time left in that tyre. But the intriguing bit now is the cloud cover's coming in quite deep is what the weather is going to do. Is it going to rain is the real question, because if it starts raining...
The forecasters actually did say there was going to be some rain. I think it was going to be in the early... sort of almost dawn tomorrow. There's going to be a bit of rain. But yeah, they're not quite sure. There may be some thunderstorms this time tomorrow.
Yeah, that'd be scary. So I think the big thing out of all that is if there is thunderstorms, it's definitely going to play to the part of a fair few drivers here that are a bit more skilled in the wet weather. It's a very hard thing to do to be able to drive in wet weather, and you've got to have the confidence not only about your own skill, but what the car can do and how it feels for you. As a result, some of the guys are actually quicker in the wet than they are in the dry. It's been obvious a couple of times this season, especially with the higher divisions. You can see a couple of those guys that really do shine well in wet weather driving. As the Mulsanne Straight is starting to form another little battle. It's Levenspiel. I think he's wanting to get a move on now. He's seen Boybagum in front. The other big thing I haven't seen yet is anyone bump drafting to try and catch up to the next car. As looks like actually Levenspiel's trying just that.
Just doing that right now.
So looks like Red Mist and Kraken Esports there working together.
Who'd have thought? I wonder.
And that's the thing now. If you're a Carbon Boy and you're on a soft tyre, as you can see, the tyre's really started to fall away from him there. Either that or he's on a massive fuel save. It just makes me wonder what can Carbon Boy do from here is the real question.
It's going to be a struggle.
looks like back up the front there. Revs is caught right up to Boybegum. On board the CP Motorsports NSX at Boybegum. Revs only half a second behind. I thought after that qualifying lap, Boybegum might just waltz away, but looks like Revs, in the grand scheme of things, does Revs have a fuel or tyre advantage over Boybegum at the moment?
No, they're identical, like absolutely identical.
Oh, wow. So, I wonder if on Revs here, is it worth maybe just sitting behind trying to save a little bit of fuel, trying to save a little bit of tyre?
Yeah, see if you can make up a second or so in the pits, the inevitable pits.
You can see these guys now. It's a bit of a tall order now for 7th down to catch up to this pack. Sausage 7 seconds behind Budsy at the moment. He's done a great job so far, actually, assisting Sausage. He's added some very established names at the moment.
He's held himself quite well when he steps up.
Yeah, and even though he's a Division 4 driver, he's done a lot of mileage. He's actually stepped into Div 2 on occasion. He stepped into Division 2 at Yamagiwa.
Yes. Yep. And didn't embarrass himself at all. Did all right.
Oh, just a little bit of a moment there. Struggled through the exit of the Corvette curves there. And that's the thing. It's not so much the driver's skill that's going to be a thing in this race. It's going to be the endurance factor. A lot of guys in this league have done the full 90 minutes already from last season, but there's going to be a fair few that have not done that yet. As looks like Boybegum, so Revs has had a bit of a moment somewhere because he's now behind Carbon Boy. So we've missed that, unfortunately. I wonder what's happened there. So Carbon Boy now up to P2, and he's got Revs, Black Project, Levenspiel all the way behind him. Looks like that soft compound tyre seems to be holding okay at the moment for Boybegum. Not Boybegum, Carbon Boy, sorry. Carbon Boy done a fantastic job to get 5 laps out of that soft compound. Revs goes up the inside now as they head over to the Forza Motorsport chicane. He gets the move done. It's very wide though on the exit. This might set up Black Project. Black Project's actually gotten away from Levenspiel here. Black Project just shows the nose a little bit. They're letting Boybegum get away at the moment. Oh, there's a little bit of a lock up there. I think that might have come from the APR Motorsport car. Tyres just starting to wean off a little bit. Now, the big question is, in terms of the weather itself, if it does hit, if the cars are on this side of the track, they know they've got to get across to the pits. It's going to be an incredible struggle. So, sort of got to think on your feet a little bit here. Would you consider maybe pitting in a lap early just to cover yourself a little bit, or do you just...
Oh, it's a brave move. You just got to keep an eye on that weather. As they just say, if you miss those pits, it's a long, long, long way to come to wet track. It's impossible if it gets too wet.
Agreed completely, and it's one thing to drive in the wet weather, but it's another thing if you end up being on the wrong place at the wrong time with slicks. So, as Levenspiel, he tried to show the nose there to Black Project. So I reckon we might see our first set of I should get this out. We'll see our first pit stops shortly, I'd say.
I reckon we will.
Just going down the field a little bit here. So VF in P9, he's got Stranger in front of him, but he's got a 1 second penalty behind. See a bit further back now, Killer on the loose, and Crew are having a little bit of a battle themselves. As Killer on the loose goes up the inside. Gets it done as well. Good move there from Killer on the loose. So settles now into the top 10. I wonder if Daz is pitted because he's 6.6 seconds behind. That's a fairly big gap. So I wonder if he's decided that he needs to throw another tyre on.
No, I think his tyres pretty well look similar to everybody else's. I think he's just had a tough day at the office.
Oops, someone's going around in front of us. This yellow flags are out.
That's Frisky.
Oh, no. See if we can catch that on a replay. Oh, so he's already been off the grass through the Corvette curves, and he's just dirty tyres, not being able to handle it. And it's just looped on him. It's very, very unfortunate there for Brewer.
First of our pits.
And he's pitted as well. Carbon Boy's gone with a hard compound tyre, so he's decided to go out. Oh, the wipers are on at the moment, so I wonder if there's rain in the air. Has Carbon Boy pitted a lap too early? Oh, that's... Yeah, I do not want to be a fly on the wall at the moment. See the wipers down Molzan straight on Budsy's car, so there is rain present at the moment.
Question how much.
Yeah, and the big thing is, someone like Carbon Boy who's just come out on a brand new... Oh, you can see the rain there. So it's coming down all right. So 20 minutes down at the moment of this 90-minute endurance race. Still a long, long way to go for these guys. I think at the moment, if it doesn't rain all that much, you might be better off just staying out at this point. Someone like Carbon Boy, who has put on the hard compound tyre now, he's got to get it up to 10. But he's doing it in wet weather. Oh, that's really tricky.
A little bit of moisture on the track.
Is there more rain to come, or is there...
Oh, I believe there was only going to be some short dashes roughly around now, and we'll clear up a little bit, and then for later on I think there's going to be some big downfalls though.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it stays dry, a little bit dry, then he'll get away with it. But at the moment, Carbon Boy... Oh, it's a tense moment for him.
Yep.
And the big thing about this track as well, because it's such a massive track, it's the rain can be on one side of the track and then be dry on the other.
That's indeed true.
So, jump back up the front at the moment. Levenspiel in 4th position. He's 4.1 seconds now behind his arch rival in the championship, Boybegum. Wonder if Levenspiel here has just decided to settle down for the long game. Very, very intrigued to see what he does, because he needs to think outside the... Oh, his Black Project's gone off. He's been able to gather it up through the Corvette curves, but gee whiz, he's lost a lot of time to revs. Those tyres will be dirty too. You can see the understeer there. Levenspiel's going to have a big, big run here. He'll get him too as they head up to Ford S's. Gets it done as well. That is a fantastic move there by Levenspiel. Black Project just ran very, very wide on the exit. So that's Levenspiel up now to P3, but I feel like these guys are going to have to work together if they want to keep up with Revs and Boybegum. They can't get too messy. Especially in an endurance race, sometimes it's just better to let the faster car go and either work with him, especially on the long straights, or just hang back a little bit and just play your own game. Save the fuel a little bit, save the tyre life. And these guys here, I know it's Division 3 and they play for keeps here, but It's one of those times where you're going to have to think outside the box a little bit as to what you can do. Endurance racing is a completely different formula to what we've been doing all season long. And these guys will definitely want to get the win, that's for sure. But as you can see, yeah, Black Project's giving Levenspiel a big bump there. So I think Black Project's doing the right thing there. Oh, and another big bump as well. That's Black Project going off. So I wonder just under the dirty air, or if his tyres are just...
His tyres are awful.
Yeah, I had a feeling that the way that you saw those puffs of smoke, I thought it might have been a brake issue, technically. Wonder if there's something going on down there at Kraken Esports, Buncrack.
He's really worn through those tyres more than most seem to have, I think.
Ooh.
He's suffering from a little bit of traction out there.
I'm going to say as well, big props as well at the moment to Sizzling Sausage, up to P6 at the moment. He's had a great drive so far. He's looking very much at home. The lap times are looking good. The consistency's good.
Yeah, just plugging away, staying consistent, yeah.
And he's just setting himself up nicely for the long game, I feel. 11.6 seconds behind Black Project. But
I'm looking at Carbon Boy at the moment, and I'm thinking he may actually pull the genius move off here, going to those hard tyres.
yeah, I think Carbon Boy might have done the right thing. He's up to P9 now.
He's slowly making headway. He's on the harder tyres. He's got a lot of life in fuel and tyre left under him. I think all the others are going to be in for a pit stop not too distant future.
Yeah, and I think this is definitely starting to close up a little bit now, especially with this back end of the top 10. Just looking through the comments as well, Manos Toro also subscribed. Thank you so much for that subscription, Manos. Really appreciate it, mate. And he's raised a good question. Why don't we have more dailies like this? That is a very good question, actually. As also looking in chat as well, Speedy Snoopy said Womble for driver of the day. Levenspiel a close second. Levenspiel up to P3 at the moment, so he's doing a good job at this point. Looks like Black Project has definitely dropped off the back of these guys. Well and truly. It's definitely still quite cloudy out there at the moment, though.
We seem to have missed that big burst of rain, which is a good thing for them.
Also keeping an eye on the chat at the moment. It's been flowing beautifully tonight. Sean's chimed in saying that his medication's kicking in. So he's ready for the long haul. As Boy becomes pitted now, our championship leader of the race. So he's the first to blink. Very intriguing at the moment. It's all just starting to sort of play its hand a little bit as the CP Motorsports crew go to work. He's got the hard compound out, so he'll drop in behind the Stranger. So 7 laps on a set of mediums. About, would we say that's what we were sort of expecting there, Bumcrack?
Yeah, I was actually sort of pushing for 8 or 9, to be honest with you, in my practice sessions.
Yeah, and the big thing as well is that Revs has stayed out another lap. Don't know what his lap times are like at this stage. We'll just see as he crosses the next sector here at Forza. So he's only a 10th down on his best lap. So Revs has definitely got some good pace in that Kung Fu Racing NSX. Still a long way to go though. So I wonder if that extra lap in, the undercut there, it'll definitely help, but I think Revs is definitely trying to play the long game. You can see as he runs real wide there, he's got a little bit of oversteer out of the exit of Michelin chicane. 5.7 second gap back to Levenspiel, so that gap is coming down. He and Budsy are working together by the sound of things. 20 seconds behind them is the Stranger, who's got Boybagum all over the rear end of his car. So Stranger and Boybagum here. This will be for position, I feel. I don't think the Stranger will give him too much to argue with. On completely different strategies at this point. You can see the beautiful pink and white Doghouse Racing livery still staying ahead of Boybagum here, so looks like Boybagum might just be playing himself into the long game by the looks of things. The problem with that is that if you sit behind the traffic too long, the front tyres start to get hot, brakes start getting hot, you start to overwork the car a little bit. You might be saving fuel, but could let the tyre go a little bit. These two being on a completely different strategy, if I'm Boybagum, I sort of want to just get ahead, and as he throws it down the inside over at Indianapolis, that doesn't get it done, so looks like this might cost him a little bit of time here. Carbon Boys are the main beneficiaries, the first to stop. He's 11 seconds behind Boybagum. So it looks like that hard compound tyre not agreeing with him as such. So a few of these guys have already done their first stops. Then there's a couple others down the field that haven't stopped yet. Guru hasn't stopped yet. Daz hasn't stopped yet. As Revs does pit. Intrigued to see if Levenspiel follows. He does. Budsy goes in with him. And I'll tell you what, the Stranger has actually held up Boybagum here. The gap to the leader was 26.5. It's now 28.2. So Boybagum here has lost himself a couple of seconds. The Stranger goes around again. So the Stranger's decided to push on for lap 9. Levenspiel's pitted. Stranger goes around again. Boybagum goes around. So Revs is coming out now in P3. And he's only 1.8 seconds behind. Now, he's got the extra lap out of the tyres. That's a big thing. So it looks like Revs, he's got eked an extra lap out on the tyre. The pace was good. And Boybagum's being held up by the Stranger here quite substantially. Oh, and he's got a half-second penalty to go with it. That's huge. Every penalty will matter in this race. So Boybagum a lap down on the strategy compared to his championship rivals, and has been held up by the Stranger. And he's already a second down this lap. Revs is closing in on these guys. Revs is within touching distance of Boybagum and the Stranger. Seems to me though that Boybagum's just run really wide as well. Revs just goes in a bit deep as well. 1.4 seconds between the two. The Stranger in the middle, but he's on a different strategy. Levenspiel and Budsy, they have been working together as such. We've seen the bump drafting already. They're not out of this at all. See the trademark Red Mist Racing NSX there. Dragging along the ISA Esports entry of Budsy. Womble's just fired in the chat as well. Just got back. Boybagum not pitted yet. Boybagum has pitted. So, by the looks of things at the moment, the Stranger has not pitted. I'm pretty sure Guru and Daz haven't pitted either. So, Boybagum came in on lap 8, and Revs and Levenspiel and Budsy all came out on lap 9. It's a little bit of position changing though up the front. The Stranger's gone past it. There's been a big moment. As Revs now takes the lead of the race. And once again, Boybagum, he's held up behind the Stranger. Oh, and a little bit of a scuff there on the wall. On the Corvette S's for the Stranger. Those tyres really struggling. Boybagum, what a move! That is a fantastic move there by the championship leader. The Stranger's fighting tooth and nail. Is he going to come in? No, goes around again. So, in terms of the tyres there, Bumcrack, is he on a hard tyre?
No, he's just on a very badly worn medium tyre. And going for another round.
Wow.
Yeah, he's brave.
Brave boy indeed to go around like that. Guru and Daz finally pit. We'll see if I can pull the replay up of what happened there with Boybagum. So he just had a big squirrely moment on the exit of Arnage there. Oh, and he served that penalty as well, so that's what's put him right back. So Revs now out to a 2.5 second lead, and the Stranger has definitely been a bit of a joker in this one. Didn't expect him to get involved in that lead fight. I thought he might have just let Boybagum go, but Boybagum's cost himself some serious time over the last couple of laps. As Levenspiel goes by, Budsy will follow suit, so Stranger decides to let them go. So I wonder if the Stranger was playing the championship game there, or if he's just really wanting to fight for that win. Very, very intrigued to see what happens here. So still got 55 minutes in this race. There's still a lot to play out. The fact that the whole field is basically still on the Mulsanne straight, it's still pretty tight. See where Carbon Boy is at now. So he's 6 seconds behind. So he's in a little bit of no man's land now. Is just behind him, Sausage and Black Project. Sizzling Sausage takes position. So up to P7. Fantastic move there, and he's actually purple at the moment on Carbon Boy's lap there, a 3 minute 41.409, done on the soft tyre. Awful long way to go in this race though. We'll go back through the field now. VF in P9, 14 seconds behind the pair. Durer in 10th. Daz there in P11. Truler in 12th. And Killer on the loose rounding out the rear there. He's a minute behind the leaders. The Revs at the moment holding station with that 3 second buffer. It's a very intriguing battle going on here. Now it looks like Levenspiel, the main challenger to this championship. What I want to see here is Levenspiel make a last-ditch effort to try and win this championship back. See, the lights are starting to turn on these cars, so it looks like we are going to the night phase of the race.
A little late.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's I'm going to go, and I haven't had this 16th time. No GT 17.
Yeah, maybe it's GT being a GT. It has been a platform that has really caused a lot of issues over the last couple of seasons, especially since as the Strangers finally decided to pit on lap 10. Especially since it's a lot of the features that we've Gran Turismo Sport are not in GT7, which is extremely intriguing. One of the big things about GT7 as well is the fact that we don't have as many camera angles as we used to in terms of like the in-car views and whatnot. Not only that, it's a lot harder to actually do all the streaming now on GT7 because the controls for the controlling how it all looks is completely different. So each league has to think on their feet. As the Strangers put the soft compound tyre on, that's interesting.
Will be.
That is very interesting. Geesh is fired in the chat as well. Division 3 starts on late morning, so that's why it's getting dark later.
Good point.
That's very good point. Considering a lot of the lobbies you see, they actually start on afternoon because a lot of the Division 1 and 2 guys do a lot of practice, so as a result, if they've opened up the lobby, it's afternoon.
Why I was actually assuming 20-minute mark was usually when it starts to get darker, of course.
Yeah, so...
There's still a chance I've got the things right.
It would not have surprised me at all if GT7 decided to just play funny buggers and... what do you do? So... But it definitely looks like it's starting to go a bit darker out there. Stranger now, yeah, I can't wait to see how that soft compound tyre goes. Revs now has extended that lead to 4.4 seconds though. And that gap between Boybegum, Levenspiel and Budsy now is closed right up. So Revs is doing everything he needs to do to win this championship, but what he really needs is he needs Levenspiel and Budsy to get involved. That's the main key to all of this. So, I might need guys in chat to start firing in how the championship picture looks. Being double points, yeah, it's could be anyone's game. You got Revs, who was, I think it was 11 points behind in the championship race, but he's got the lead of the race. Boybegum here in P2. Needs to stay in front of Levenspiel at all costs. Absolutely needs to stay ahead. Even one position change can make the difference between the whole championship. It's absolutely insane how tight this championship truly is. Carbon Boy now up to P5 after the Stranger pitted. So 12 seconds behind. Carbon Boy looking very strong at the moment. Very, very intrigued to see how this ends up. But at this stage, Revs is putting the foot down. He's nearly 5 seconds ahead at the moment. Boybegum well and truly under pressure here. If I know the CP conglomerate, the CP Motorsports team, they will be keeping him very, very calm. They're not afraid of championship success. They've done it across multiple leagues now. So he's had a very, very strong team, but it's just a matter of he's just got to keep Levenspiel and Budsy behind him. Woodsy's just fired in the chat. Deeds maths, 2 + 2 is 4, -1, that's 3. Quick maths. Oh no.
Put the word leaders at the end of that.
Evening, Jim Bob. Hope you're well, mate. It's definitely starting to go nighttime now, though. You can see the clouds starting to become less prevalent. The natural light starting to overtake the artificial light as Levenspiel now starting to be a bit under siege here from Boybegum. He's starting to lose... Budsy. He's starting to lose touch with Boybegum, though. He's on a best lap as well. So, You've got 3 of the championship protagonists fighting up in the top 3 spots, and then you've got the ace in the hole, Budsy, a guy who's proven that he can run in Div 2 pace. He will not be afraid of making this championship battle even more awkward than it needs to be. Black Project there in P7 at the moment. He's got a half-second penalty. He's 4.3 seconds behind Sausage. He's got a lot of time behind him, though, to the Stranger, though. The Stranger in P8. He's also got a half-second penalty, so I don't think we've had anyone have a big spin out just yet. I haven't seen anything too chaotic.
No, I don't think we've had a major incident yet. But the sun's gone down.
Yep, and that's huge in terms of the whole scheme of things. The strategy starts to change now. You start to lose focus of your braking markers. As Boy become in P2 now.
The braking markers are different. They just look different.
And if I'm Levenspiel here, he tried to make a move before Indianapolis. It didn't work out. If I'm Levenspiel here, I'm forcing maximum pressure here. Flash the lights, put the nose, show the nose everywhere you can. Force Boy Become into a mistake. These two are your title protagonists right now. Jump on board now with Levenspiel, and you can see the difference of the track at night compared to the daytime. And not only will the track be cooling down and, you know, brake temps be cooling so there's more performance in the car, but a lot of these drivers now, they've been running for, it's halfway mark of the race at the moment. Fatigue will start to kick in. Big factor in this race will be the fact that the night time you start to lose all your braking markers, and with the extra fatigue it's so much easier to make a mistake here. We're only missing the third part of the 7 circles of hell, and that's the rain. If the rain hits at night time, these guys are going to be in a whole different ball pit. See as they go under the Dunlop Bridge there, how absolutely gorgeous this is at night. So we'll run through the field at the halfway point of the race as well. Revs 5.1 seconds to the good. Boybegum, he's got a half-second penalty now. That is massive.
Another one.
So he's starting to make mistakes here as the championship leader. The pressure is starting to build. Levenspiel in third position. Budsy in fourth, right behind. Who decides to show the nose a little bit. Carbon Boy there in P5. Sausage only 4.9 seconds behind him now in 6th. So top 5 there for Sausage is well and truly on the cards. Black Project there in P7. Stranger in P8. VF in 9th. He's got a half-second penalty as well. Gurner in 10th, and he's got Daz right up his rear end. 12th is Brewer. And 13th is Killer on the Loose. He's having a real struggle with that Lightning Motorsport car here. He's definitely still not out of it, though. Anything can happen in this race. We've still got 42 minutes to go. Still a lot of racing left over. But this is where our big championship battle is now. Boybegum will have to burn that penalty as he goes around Gulf down towards Indianapolis. Levenspiel will take this position. See Levenspiel, he's hungry. You can can see Levenspiel, he just wants to make that move. Car looks actually quite strong at this point of the race compared to Boybagum. But Budsy, I think, has got the pace to get past both of them at this point. There's the penalty burn. So here comes Levenspiel straight through. And he gets it done. The real question now is Budsy going to make it happen? Budsy does go through. And that's critical to this championship that Budsy gets through at the moment. Because if my math is correct, and it's most of the time not, at this point of the race, Levenspiel would be in the lead of the championship. And with Boybagum being P4 at the moment, that's a whole different can of worms in itself. Because with Revs Law out in the lead, oh, we're going to need some definite maths getting done. Well, it would be a 12-point swing between Boybagum and Revs at this stage.
That's a calculator.
Yeah, I think Dadson might be still in chat at the moment, so if Dadson is in chat... Oh, that's a very fair point, Snake Eyes has just raised. Boybagum gets 2 points for pole position. That's a very, very good point. So... Oh... There's so much mass to work out at this point. It's so hard to pick. So it was already a 4-point gap to Levenspiel and Boybagum. Up to 6 points after Boybagum put it on pole. Yeah, it's that's a tricky one. It's a 5-point difference though between it's a 5-point difference though between second and I think as well, and Jesus chimed in as well, Levenspiel should still be leading, I think. And I reckon it might be right. I think Levenspiel might just be in the lead. I think, yeah, someone's going to have to go through this with a fine-tooth comb. I'm, not too sure. I'm not too sure what's going to happen here, guys. It's, it's crazy. Yeah, the Dadson's fired in as well. It's Levenspiel will take it as it stands now. So Levenspiel really needs Budsy to stay in front of Boybagum for the rest of this race. And if Levenspiel can get past Revs, that's job done. So we're over halfway in this race now. This championship at this point is still undecided. That is absolutely phenomenal stuff. Oh. Karen's just dropped the drink in the comms box. Never mind. As Revs now up to a 6.6 second lead. Revs has put the foot down. But this battle here now is really close right up. Now, if I'm Budsy here, do I decide to help Levenspiel and just extend that gap? Or do you just try and eke away from Boybagum here? Because that's one less car to fight. Or do I just try and play my own game? Carbon Boy in 5th position at the moment, so if something substantial happens down the field, Carbon Boy could very well find himself picking up the pieces. Black Project...
Fastest lap.
He has. It's 3 minute 41.4, and it's been standing for a while. Stranger in 7th at the moment. Guru in P8. Daz in P9, who's got a half-second penalty. Sausage now down to 10, and he's got a 3-second penalty as well. So he's pitted and then crossed the blend line. So that drive that he had, he was up to P6 before the pit stop. That's hurt. That's going to be brutal.
That's... Oh, look at it.
Oh, and that feels like an eternity as well. Brewer in 11th as he... Oh, he just has a moment there at Arnage. That was a big moment too, actually. VF in P12. And Gerald Lewis still in P13 at the moment. Oops, wrong button. There we go. But at this stage, it's definitely advantage Revs. Revs got... well and truly got the pace. Something's happened to Boybagum here. Something big's happened to Boybagum.
Yeah.
We've missed that. I think it might be too far to get now. We'll see what we can do. Bring it up on a replay. Yeah, so it's already happened at that point. So I wonder what's happened there. He is definitely starting to struggle a little bit. I wonder what he's like on the tyre. What are the top 4 or 5 like on tyres at the moment?
We've got Rice Revs, who's probably about 50% away through his rear left, sorry. Levenspiegel's very similar. Buzzy, a little bit less on the tyre wear, looking a bit better. Boybagum, he's on the racing hards, and only about 20% wear. And we've got Carbon Boy again, who's on the hards, he's at about 25% wear. Black Project's on hards as well. It's a strange choice for Black Project, but he's 30% worn. Strangers on his soft tyres, they're about worse than halfway, so he's not going to be the fastest lap man. Guru's on the mediums, which look fantastic. Gaz is on fantastic looking mediums. Sizzling Sausage is on racing softs. He's just come in. He must have done a pit stop because they're looking as fresh as.
Yeah, he had that blend line penalty of 3 seconds that he's burned.
Right, he did too.
And now he's got another second to burn as well. So it's unravelling for him at the moment.
And Prusky, he's actually got nothing left in his racing mediums. Absolutely nothing in the rear end.
Has he even pitted?
At 15, he's got to have, sure.
If he hasn't pitted at all, I'll be staggered.
Actually, wasn't Prusky one of the ones that went out on softs?
Yes, he was.
Yes.
Because he was quick early on.
Yes, that's right. So this is him at the end of his mediums.
God, he's made them last a while.
He has. And he's a real tight bugger because he doesn't want to play for Newon yet. And VF is just got the fresh mediums on now. And Killer is on his racing hards at about 20%.
So, Levenspiel at the moment, and Budsy's running with him. These two have skipped away from Boybagum now. They've actually nearly got all of the straight up from Arnage to the Porsche curves themselves. That gap between Budsy and Boybagum now out to 8.1 seconds. That gap's extending. So, Boybagum here, it's starting to go from a sure thing to hope and pray. He needs Budsy to overtake Levenspiel, but in saying that, he also needs to make sure that Revs doesn't extend... he needs to get past Budsy and Levenspiel as well, I feel. Because Revs at this stage, 110% is a factor.
Oh, yeah.
As that gap, as it extends as well, it's going to be even more of an issue.
Boybagum's just praying that the tyres that the guys are firing them falls to pieces.
Now, we've seen Levenspiel and Budsy been working together this race, and it's been part and parcel of how they got past Boybagum, but the big thing at the moment is that gap between Revs and Levenspiel, it's a pretty substantial gap. Are they going to work together? I reckon they might, or Budsy wants to find it out.
There's your answer.
So, Budsy is not concerned in the slightest. That's interesting, because if they keep fighting like this, they're going to cost themselves time to Revs. And with Levenspiel now back behind Budsy, I do believe Boybagum would be in the lead of the championship again.
is going to come down to the wire, isn't it?
It is. Winding down now to the last half an hour of this Sector 1 Championship for Division 3. I'll tell you right now, I've already had a load of people from Division 3 ask me, what's next season's car? We're ready to go. That's how keen they are. They just want to get on with it. We've still got the Sector 1 awards there, never mind the Season 9 events. But yeah, quite a few of them this week were very, very keen to put the NSX back in the garage. A couple of them are going to miss it, that's for sure. I've had a couple of big chats earlier this week, and they were very keen to get behind the wheel of the NSX one last time. A few people have enjoyed it. It's been quite a challenging car. It's something out of the comfort zone of more than half the field.
I definitely wouldn't have chosen it. You know, I wouldn't have had it as a choice. But once you get used to it, it's quite a rewarding car.
It is, and it reminds quite a few of the drivers actually of the old Ferrari 458 challenge we did a few seasons ago. That it was a car that people jumped in and they really didn't like it to start off with, but then they learned how to drive it better, and the end result was that the racing really kicked off to another level. It was brilliant stuff. So this NSX has got a bit of that, but it's like that on steroids. It's a faster car. There's more aero. But it's been a car that's really been rewarding for these guys to get behind the wheel of. So we wind down now to the last half an hour of this race's Levenspiel.
I've been trying to get a bit of more of a weather forecast out of these forecasters, and I believe there may be some heavy cloud on the way.
Ooh, so yet another little curveball. Revs at this stage is sitting pretty, but championships aren't won with 30 minutes to go. Unless you're Snake Eyes, of course, in Division 4. Who's already rocking up next round, next weekend. He's champion already, after an absolutely stellar season. So Levenspiel now, I wonder what the game is for him. He's got to figure out how to get past this puzzle of Budsy. It would be helping him in terms of fuel, but not in terms of tyre life. So I wonder what happens from here. These two, this is really the cork in the bottle this moment. The championship could be made or broken here for Levenspiel and Revs. Boybegum now has got a half-second penalty, but he's got 20 seconds between himself and Carmen Boy. I'll tell you what, though, and guys in chat might agree with me, how good do these cars look under the night lights of Cirque de la Sarthe? Seen a lot of people through the paddock now heading down to their tents and caravans, RVs, starting to call it a night. It's a few of the teams in the pit lane. Very, very tired at the moment. There's quite a few of the crewmen asleep at this point. Daz up to P8 now, so the Deeds Racing driver into the top 10. Cracking looking livery, I must say, by the stranger. Big thing for those who don't know, Deeds Brewing themselves have unfortunately closed up as of Friday. The tap room was officially closed. Still doing online orders at this stage. There's very limited stuff left, but at the end of this season, I do believe that Deeds Racing will be reverting back to the old switchblade, or as Ghost calls it, pocket knife. But that means that, yeah, there's going to be some different colours on that car next season, and there won't be more than one livery around. So it'll be a bit of a... It's sad to see the Deeds name going, but big things, I'm sure, for the Switchblade crew. I've heard their team owner say that they've got some plans in the works. It'll be very interesting. We'll have a chat with him later. A sizzling sausage. He's got another half-second penalty there, so he's almost doing CP flat stick numbers of penalties here. He's in a bit of a no-man's land at the moment, though, so this second half of the stint, second third, sorry, it's really not been his best, but looks like there's been a bit of a moment here, because the gap between Revs is Leversfield, it's dropped. So what's happened there? See if we can get a replay of it. So that gap's well and truly gone. That was
top three have got some pretty ordinary looking tyres.
Yeah, that gap was well and truly. Revs is struggling here. Look at the time; it's still dropping. Yeah, that was an 8.3 second lead at the moment. Levenspiel now. Oh, as he runs real wide there. I don't know.
Bill's got a bit of a sniff on this, so...
Yeah, the gap now back out to 1.2, but if I'm Budsy here, Budsy's also dropped behind Levenspiel again. And that gap between Boybegum and these three is extended well out now to nearly 11 seconds, so second half of this this stint, it's not really worked out for Boybegum. He had a massive qualifying pace, but it's one thing to have quick qualifying pace, but it's another thing altogether to have the race pace to go with it.
Really struggled on those hard tyres.
Yeah. It seems like Boybegum's just not got an answer. The hard tyre in these cooler conditions, maybe it's just not up to temp. It's struggling to put temperature in the tyre. We'll jump on board with Budsy though. Even in the night skies, you can't miss that. Oh, there's a little bit of a bump draft there. That was a big bump too. Oh, look at that! Revs runs real wide. Oh, there's contact! Oh, there's carnage! There's been absolute carnage! Oh, the rain's gone. The rain's coming as well. That explains everything. We've missed it. But what's happened now is Levenspiel has now taken the lead of this race. And you can see the rain has come down. This is massive now. These guys are at the wrong end of the track. Revs has now dropped from an 8-second lead to P3. This is huge for the championship. Levenspiel leads. So it looked like Revs just on the he just got in too deep by the looks of it at Forza Chicane and tried to get back on and just couldn't pull it up. I don't know whether the weather or the rain was an issue, or but he just couldn't pull it up. And as you can see, the rain coming down here through Gulf.
Getting onto it's going to be very treacherous, very quick.
Oh, and you can see it. You can see that's the rooster tails. If I'm any of these guys now, I'm starting to think to myself, yep. Oh, and look at that. Levenspiel runs on. Oh, Budsy's gone. Budsy's gone. Revs goes deep as well. Revs is gone. There is absolute carnage here. Boybegum. And he's run real deep too. There's contact. They're off. 4 cars absolutely got Carbon Boys gone. Black Project struggling. The race has gone off. Everyone is struggling. Oh, Stranger. He's struggling as well. You can hear just carnage everywhere. Crew's just gone around. VF is coming up to that now. So this will shake the field completely up. Sizzling Sausage. He is struggling along. Killer's gone as well. Brewer. I think Brewer might have pitted there. Can I just have some confirmation on that one, Bum Crack, if Brewer has pitted?
Just trying to... Yes, Brewer has pitted. He's coming out with wet tyres on.
Oh, Oh, so Revs is well and truly caught out by this rain issue.
I think just about everybody has been caught out.
So that flash shower then really shook up everybody in this field. If Pruitt is on a... I tell you what though, if Pruitt is on a wet tyre, he is just going to...
make up his 3 minutes.
Yeah, he's going to make up so much time on these guys. There's a lot of drivers struggling at Indianapolis here. Daz is at a snail's pace compared to everybody else around him. Black Project has gone off at Indianapolis as well. Guru's up to P7. Carbon Boy, you can see the rain, you can hear it. These guys are absolutely struggling. Revs has gone around again. Levenspiegel's in the pits.
He's made it. He's made it.
So Carbon Boy now up to P4. Bugsy in P3. Boybegum, he's made it to the pits as well.
Oh, that's a long drive to the pits.
There is absolute chaos out here now. And that's the thing about being wrong place, wrong time. A lot of these guys... VF's got a 2-second penalty. He's going at a crawl. Daz is going at a crawl. There's yellow flags everywhere at this point of the map. The Stranger is up to P8. And he's going around... Oh no, he goes past Black Project. So Black Project's going around. Well, that might not be Black Project, actually. So Pruitt. Pruitt's already up to P12. Oh, Revs is gone! Revs is gone! The weather has played absolute havoc with these guys. VF is still gone. And you can see some of these guys a lot of these guys just taking it very, very easily. My real question here is how many of these guys are using traction control and how many are not. Because if Daz is using traction control here and a couple of the others are not, Daz is also going to make up a bucket load of time. Pruitt now up to P10. And look at the pace difference between Pruitt and VF there. Just goes sailing by does Pruitt. I'll tell you what here, Pruitt might just pull out a top 5 Bradbury moment the way it's heading.
Budsy's looks like that race from Bradbury's too.
Budsy's got a 3-second penalty. He crossed the blend line. Levenspiel in the lead of this race by 14 seconds. This has absolutely gone off this race. It's now an absolute war of attrition. Stranger now comes out in the wet compound. So the field that it was a tight field is now spread out to quite a big field. There goes Pruitt now. So Pruitt up to P8. He's actually up to P7. This has been a master stroke by the APR Motorsport team leader. And he's not done yet either because he's still got very, very warm tyres compared to these guys around him. They're going to have to get tyre temp in. And it's like what we were saying earlier too, Bumcrack. It all depends on the right place, right time, but not only that, whether or not to risk coming in early. And Pruitt took the risk, and it's definitely paid off now.
Yeah.
Oh, big touch up by Brewer there. He just couldn't pull the car up.
Black Project with 4 seconds on the penalty time to serve.
So Pruitt now 16 seconds behind the Stranger. The Stranger, look at the gap between him and Levenspiel and P1 there. It's 22 minutes. So Levenspiel now 17-second gap. Budsy in P3's got that blend line penalty. He's got a 52-second gap. So those guys were able to come in a fair chunk earlier than the likes of Carbon Boy. I get the feeling though, if Carbon Boy had pitted one lap earlier, he would be well and truly on the back of those top three.
Yep.
Chilla's gone as well, so looks like the issues of the cars are starting to play their part in the race. As it looks like the day is starting to come through, the daylight. Early morning. So the real battle at the moment on the track at the moment is between Krua, Daz and Grr. Krua 2.5 seconds clear of Daz, who's got a half-second penalty. Grr in P9, he's gonna take that P8. So Laminator's also fired in the chat, can we get a tyre update? And also Chase has fired in, Mr. CP himself has said, the championship is tied as it stands. And it would go down to who has more race wins, which I'm pretty sure is Boybegun. Wow. This is on a knife edge, this really is.
Yeah.
Oh my
as far as
word.
a tyre update, well, Levenspiel's on the wets, Boybegun's on the intermediates.
Wow.
Bundy's on wets, Carbon Boy's on wets, Crack Project's on wets, Trainer's on wets, Pruski's on wets, Daz's on the intermediates. So Grr's on the wets, BF and Sizzling Sausage are on wets. So basically, yeah, it's Dazza.
Oh, Daz has run real wide there too.
And Boybegun.
So it looks like Daz has got the pace to close in the Prua, but that being said, he's just had to serve the penalty. Speaking of which, those Dadson and Dadson liveries compared to Daz's special deeds livery for this round, they do look very, very similar. Lenocious has fired in chat, based off race wins, Boybegun will win the title. So what we really need now is those two to throw absolute haymakers. And Boybegun being on the intermediates, he's far more likely to make a mistake than Budsy is. Levenspiel is. Especially if the track gets even more wet.
Well, if Boybegun makes a serious enough mistake for Budsy to get past, that's going to cost him the championship.
The track does look quite wet at the moment, but is it more a wet weather track at this stage, or is it more an intermediate track at this stage, do you reckon?
It's just slipping into the full wet category. Yeah, the intermediates are going to be hard work out there, but shouldn't be impossible. Yeah,
and from experience, one thing I've learned from the Spa race we did last season was the fact that the intermediate, you can still do well on it, but you really start to lose time. It's compared to the wet weather runners, the driver's skill can outweigh that, but it's only so effective.
Yes, they at least keep you safe, whereas the race tyres are, like, as soon as that rain came in, those race tyres are just unusable.
Exactly. So Carbon Boy at the moment in P4, he could very well capitalise on this as they're settling into the into the wet shift now. The clouds have dumped an absolute load of water onto the track, that's for sure. See, Boybegun there, that gap between him and Budsy is well and truly dropping, so Levenspiel, what he needs now, he's done all he needs to do. He's 19 seconds in front. He's on a wet weather compound tyre. In the next 12 minutes, he needs Budsy to catch up. And that gap is definitely coming down. The way Budsy's been driving the last couple of rounds, especially in Division 2, I don't think that podium battle between Boybegun and Budsy is over yet. And if the track keeps getting wetter and wetter, that's just going to be even more of an advantage. Boybagum will have to... Oh, he's just clobbered the wall a little bit. You can see he's struggling through the Corvette curbs here. But now this is the big risk you've got to take if you're Boybagum. Do you just keep going and hope that you can make it to the end and Budsy doesn't catch up to you? Or do you take the risk and put the wet tyre on? Because if you put the wet tyre on, it's curtains. No, he stays out, so he's going to brave it. Tell you what, if he's going to win this championship, Boybagum, he's going to earn it the hard way.
Oh, yeah. Lose 25 to 30 seconds in the pits is a hard thing to get back in. What are we looking at here? 10 minutes to go.
So, Levenspiel did a 4:32.4 last lap. Boybagum did a 4:32.2, so he actually took 2 tenths out. But I think Budsy was even quicker than both of them. Yeah, it's 4:25.3. So Budsy took out, what, 7 seconds?
Yes.
That is a lot of time to take out.
He's coming for him.
It's definitely making the move. It's the gap between him and Carpin Boy now out to a minute with 10 minutes to go. Black Project, 21 seconds behind. He's got a pretty solid P5 at the moment. The Stranger in 6th. Gurr in 7th. Brewer in 8th now. Daz in P9. VF in 10th. Sausage in 11th. And of course we have lost Killer on the Loose and Rebs. But at this stage, Levenspiel, he's done all he needs to do. Just needs divine intervention to sort of come in and help him.
I believe the rain's just not slowing down here, so...
Yeah, if anything, it feels like it's getting heavier.
Yeah, I think that's really going to fall into Levenspiel's hands quite well. Boybagum's going to really start to struggle on those intermediates soon, I think.
Yeah, you can see the time coming down now, 7 seconds.
Yeah.
I think he's in fuel save mode as well, by the looks of it. You can see the time coming down on the straights. Through the Michelin curves here. Or Michelin chicane, sorry. He's absolutely eking out time. Not long to go now, though. Less than 10 minutes of the Division 3 Championship, Season 8, and it's still not sorted yet. Budsy is coming. And Boybagum might be in for the fight of his life against Budsy here. Oh, Budsy runs real deep, though. He can't afford to be making those mistakes if he wants that P2.
Another second.
Budsy just needs to be patient here. But this is where our championship battle now lies. It's between these two. Boybagum, the championship leader, has hardly put a foot wrong at all this season. Up against Budsy, who missed a couple of races. Isa really struggled with his Honda NSX for a couple of rounds this season, and they actually had to ship in a brand new chassis just to get him back on the grid. So that NSX has got a lot less miles than CP1 does. As a result, much fresher build. That gap down now under 4 seconds. But Levenspiel now well and truly in the clear. The gap up to 18 seconds. If he can keep it clean, he should win this race.
He's looking really comfortable out front there.
He is.
Doesn't look like he's under any stress at all. He's not wiggling the tail. He's just driving.
With Boybagum though, that gap is just dropping like a stone. Well, that being said, through the Corvette curves there, does make up a little bit of time. So what do you do with your boy become? Because you know that if you're on the top, if you're compromised on fuel, you can't really afford to fight. And if you're compromised on the tyre, you know Budsy's going to come at you. But this is for the biggest prize in the division. You've basically got no choice. You have to fight. So I reckon we'll get 2 more laps around here. Tell you what though, these NSXs, after this race, they will be absolutely filthy. Beyond belief. Even with the rain, there's going to be so much road grime over these cars.
I believe there's 1 or 2 of them in there that might get burned.
We haven't had anyone put money in the S1 Comms box swear jar yet. I think John might have actually put a couple of dollars in last round, but nearly did then too. So, so guys in chat, fire in your picks for driver of the day because this one's been an absolute doozy. That gap's extended just that little bit between Boybegum and Budsy. It's starting to drop now, so yeah, definitely fuel-wise, Boybegum's in trouble here. Well, what are the top 3 looking like in terms of fuel and tyres?
Actually, all their tyres are actually looking like new because it's so wet. Boybegum when he's intermediates seems to be struggling with them, but their fuel is Levenspiegel's the lowest on the fuel actually. He's on fuel right now, so this could add another level of drama to the whole thing.
It's not over till it's over, is it, in Division 3? Holy jeez.
Like, he's seriously low. It's right with red just on 2 laps remaining, I think it goes with that.
You can see the time falling though from Budsy to Boybegum. That gap was 2 seconds out of the exit of the Forza chicane there. It's now under 1.2 seconds. Oh, you can see Boybegum's really struggling here.
I'm holding my breath for him.
This is absolutely nail-biting stuff here, guys. And Chase has actually just raised a very, very good point. There was contact between Levenspiel and Black Project earlier on in the race. So that's another factor in this championship. Boybegum's really struggling now.
This might be it.
This definitely might be it. And if I'm Boybegum, you've got to get defensive, but Budsy just sails by.
Nothing you can do.
Absolutely nothing he can do there. It's so unfortunate for Boybegum because he hasn't really put a foot wrong here. But that intermediate tyre choice looks like it's cost him. And cost him dearly because Budsy could just easily walk away from this. Definitely think that next lap will be our last lap though.
I believe it will be.
So we'll just run through the field now. Levenspiel up at the front. Budsy in second position. Boybegum's got a half-second penalty. So that's that battle done. Carbon Boy, 4th position at the moment. Black Project in 5th. The Stranger in 6th. Brewer in P7, he's got a penalty as well. Brewer in P8 after that master pit stop call. Daz, who's got a half-second penalty in P9. VF in 10th. And Sizzling Sausage a bit further down in P11, and he's really struggling in these wet conditions. I think you'll be glad to see the back of this car until next week. So for the last time now, Levenspiel will set off. 13.
His gap has shrunk a little, but nothing too bad.
13-second gap. He's got 13 kilometres to go. Hopefully, hopefully we've got one more spanner in the works in this championship side of things. So, Budsy at the moment, P2. He's not really walked away from Boybegum here. I wonder if Boybegum... I think he might have thought that he was on a bit of a fuel issue, maybe.
He's got plenty of... Well, he's got a lot more fuel than Levin's fuel.
Yeah, I thought, yeah, Boybegum might have been in a bit of trouble. I thought Levenspiel might have been okay, but it looks like Levenspiel... It's just gone on. The gap's dropped down to 12 seconds. It won't be too much of a concern, though. But it looks like even after this race is finished, it might still go to the stewards' round. So this championship may still not be over. Been a good run for Carbon Boy. He missed a couple of rounds early on in the season. He went over and got married, and he basically effectively wrote himself off for the championship as a result. But it's been a good return to form for Carbon Boy. P4 at the moment. He'd be stoked with that. Black Project in 5th there. And what are your thoughts so far on Black Project's season? Bumcrap, you reckon he's had a good one?
Oh, he's actually shown some really good pace, just some unfortunate moments which everyone gets. But no, he's actually done all right this season, I thought. I think he's sitting in 7th on the table there.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yeah, which is not so bad. These guys are pretty damn quick. To be honest with them, a couple of these guys are faster than me. Next grade up.
Oop. There we go. So now down into Black Project down into P5. There, Prua crosses the line in P8. Daz will cross it in 9th. VF will
see some size of the relief then. Breathe.
VF will come across. He will be P10. You'd be glad to see the back of that car, I reckon. Sausage is just starting to approach now. Heading towards the forward curbs. He had a fantastic start of the race too, did Sausage. Slides it through. He'll be back next week for Division 4, but that's some good intel for him. So Levenspiel at the moment, 10-second gap to Budsy. Budsy skipped away from Boybegum. I do apologise up the top left hand there as well, guys. The starting soon thing, the timer. It's just Karen doing Karen things, so I'll sort that out. But we'll go back up the front now, though. Levenspiel has been an absolutely worthy challenger for the title. Renbius Racing really picked a good one here. It still looks like this championship may not be decided because it might go to the stewards, but pending that report, of course, we'll leave it to the stewards to determine the fate of that. But at this stage, pending deductions and all, if anything's happened, Levenspiel will cross the line now. He will win the S1 24 Hours for Division 3 and quite possibly the Division 3 Championship. Budsy in a return drive, he is taken P2. And Boybegum, P3. What could have been? But this championship still isn't over for him. Carbon Boy in P4 as he comes through the Porsche curves for the one last time. He's done a phenomenal job tonight. Hasn't really put a foot wrong. You can be glad to see the back of that NSX though. absolutely adores this. Oh, the time is finished.
Oh,
We
that's
just
the timers. Yeah,
I know why that will be though.
of course.
That'll be purely because of Gran Turismo, because the time length is 3 minutes for the race finish, but when they're doing 4 minute laps, you can't really do much. So, holy jeez, where do we start with that one? That was, yeah, absolutely phenomenal. A lot of driver of the day picks coming in. Evolution Sim Racing picked Budsy. Driver of the day Budsy from Blind Man. Snake Eyes Budsy. Great win for Lev by Blind Man as well. Big win. Congratulations, Levenspiel. Cracking drive. Everyone at RMR is uber proud of your whole season from Womble. Driver of the day Womble as well. Drove of the day from Karen by Diswood. You've got to be joking. Said good racing, a good watch. Well, stick around for the next one, mate, because the next one is the best races in all of Australia. Division 1. Speedy Snoopy's fired in. Epic Drive, Levenspiel. Well done, Carbon Boy from Woody. Shiza said driver of the day, Budsy. I reckon the driver of the day is unanimous. I reckon it will be Budsy.
Yeah, I'm happy with Budsy to nominate him.
Yep, I think that's going to be the right pick there. So I think driver of the day Budsy as well. But oh geez, that was a absolutely phenomenal race. So what do we do from there, Bumcrack? I think we're going to definitely leave whatever happened to the stewards. It looks like CP are definitely going down to the stewards room. I can see Chase right now waddling his way down. So
fair enough.
Yeah, I can see he's pretty angry, but we'll gloss over that. We'll wait and see. As we will go, if I can get my controller started again. There we go. We will gloss over the race results provided by Adelaide Ceramic Coatings, of course. So, there it is. Beautiful. So, Levenspiel does finish on top with a 7.3 second gap. So, Bunsey did an awesome job to claw back nearly half of it. Boy Begum in P3, Carbon Boy in 4th, Black Project 5th, The Stranger 6th, Brewer in 7th, Brewer in 8th, Daz 9th, VF in 10th, Sizzling Sausage in 11th, 12th was Rebs, and Killer on the Loose 13th, and of course, both of them having monumental failures of their cars. Not sure what happened, but we will find out more on that as we go along. I think we might take a quick break. Thank you very much as well to Bumcrack for hosting Division 3. Hope you enjoyed it, mate.
I certainly did, mate.
Now,
thank you very much for the good commentary.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Now, if you want to head back to the pit bay there, wish your driver well. Black Project did an awesome job. So, yeah, looking very much forward to seeing what happens next. So, stick around, guys. We've got Division 1 coming up, and Geesh is on the cusp of I think it's a third straight championship. Oh, no, second championship. So, yeah, still plenty to play for, though. So, stick around, guys. We will be back after this quick intermission. welcome back everybody to the home of endurance racing, Le Mans. We are back here, ready to prepare for another absolutely brutal event here in Division 1. And I'll tell you something right now, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath with how the points look, because there's 14 drivers that will not give an inch or a quarter. We're going to gloss through that championship real quick now as we have a look at the points there. Geesh, 208 points. It is a big gap to make up. My maths is well and truly off at the moment, so I think it's 45 points he's got a lead of at the moment, which is, very, very big. So he needs a monumental failure from Mountain Goat to take the championship. Speedy Snoopy is also technically in this one as well, although he needs Geesh to have an absolute failure before qualifying even starts, before anything else. Young Wakey there in P4. He's been a fantastic competitor for against Geesh, and for Kraken Esports, but he is well and truly down the field now. He's found a little bit of pressure later on in the season. Lenocious there in 5th, Muffin in 6th, Diswood in 7th, Mr. Morgan Davey in P8, Turtle 9th, Faf in 10th there, John in 11th, Ricky Bobby, Prima GDR, and Noodles bringing up the top 14 there for Division 1. But we're going to cross over now to our co-commentator for tonight, Spitzy. How are you, Spitzy?
Hello. Yeah, going alright. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Just trying to get in at the moment. GT's doing GT things by the looks of things.
Oh boy.
Did you watch any of the last race at all?
No, I didn't quite get the chance to. I was just helping the Div 1 boys with their lobby, so please fill me in on what happened. I'm sure it was quite entertaining.
So Levenspiel got the chocolates, but apparently there's been contact in one of the laps there. So I'm not too sure. Apparently it's with Boybagum. Something has happened. I'm not too sure, but we did see CP team owner Chase running down the pit lane, quite angry. So something's definitely happened down there. But pending deductions at this point, Levenspiel is our champion for Division 3, but we will wait and see on that. It was Budsy in P2 and then Boybagum in 3rd position. It's, hopefully Division 1 gives us the same sort of action that we saw in the last race, and very much looking forward to seeing a couple of these guys in Division 1 really step up, especially Captain Muffin, who had a mixed result at Yamagiwa last time out. I think we scored a P4 off the top of my head, if I remember correctly. But I might need confirmation in chat from that one. So he's really shown a good turn of pace the last couple of rounds, but yeah, just factors out of his control or in terms of pit strategy really cost him. So just waiting for the lobbies to start up at the moment from my end. It should be coming through in a couple of seconds. Gran Turismo is just
Doing Gran Turismo things, as they say.
Yeah, unfortunately, GT giving us one last issue before the season ends. Let me see if I can jump in now. I should be able to. And it's just trying to join the room now. If I can't get in, then there's going to be a bit of an issue. So
Right. I think you're not the only one who's been seeing they're having issues getting onto the pit lane. So hopefully Gran Turismo will just be compliant and actually help us.
yeah, I'm hoping so as well. But we'll wait and see. It's definitely not playing ball with me. So I might just fire something up. I've got a keyboard here in the comms box, weirdly. I've never had a keyboard in the comms box before, and it's really interesting. Still trying to join the room at the moment. But anyway, I'm just looking at the chat at the moment. Snake Eyes is fired in saying, go Geesh. Well, I think Geesh at the moment, if the fat lady hasn't sung, it's definitely humming a few bars with that 45-point gap in the championship. he's going to be hard to beat. That's for sure. Renegades fired in saying bring on Division 1. Looking forward to that too. As my connection has just timed out, so I can't get into the room now.
Oh.
Yeah, that it's Gran Turismo, 110% Gran Turismo doing its thing. Unfortunately, as I'm just trying to connect again. So let me see. It looks like everyone's pretty much in by the looks of things. Is Faf in? No, Faf's not in either. So I wonder what's going on. GT usually is really, really good for my lobbies, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the last couple of times, I've also been race director. I've had a couple of people say they've never been able to join me.
Yeah,
But it is an unfortunate thing, even though it would be useful if the internet in this country was a bit better. But I'm not a politician. I can't exactly I can't exactly change that. So we just got to deal with what we've got.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things as well is Australian internet's not the best, even with the new 5G home internet that they've been able to start spreading around Australia. It's still not quick enough compared to the likes of, say, Singapore or anything in Europe where they're getting, at least a gigabit per second. So hopefully we do get that down the track. But, I'm just...
Yes, sooner rather than later would be appreciated, but we just got to wait and see.
Yeah, I think... I think I'm having a bit of an issue myself. So, might need an RD on the backup. I've just made the call. One thing I've noticed as well in terms of this championship is the Division 1 guys have actually been very, very clean in the way they've been fighting all season long, and especially in a car as brutal as the NSX. It's not been an easy car to drive by any stretch of the imagination. It's... definitely been a car that's, especially in the lower divisions, they've sort of struggled with it. And it's not been a fun car.
Yes, I can attest to that.
So...
because I'm currently in Div 4. It's not, obviously as the season's gone on, it's getting easier to handle. And, Snake Eyes, who is now basically Division 4 champion for the season, he is doing... Yeah, he's done really well with it. Just unfortunately, I can't quite say I've done the same thing, but you know what? I've given it a shot. I think I'm not running last in the division, which is better than. Okay. But everyone's giving it the best shot as they can. I suppose we'll just got to wait and see what Season 9 holds for us when that gets on the way.
Now, I've just been joined in the comms box as well, and he's brought a mess of water in. Carbon Boy is... still in his... Are you still in your race suit, Carbon Boy?
Of course. I've come straight up from the pit garage, and sorry about the water, but it is a little bit damp out there.
Oh, beautiful. How'd you find that last race, mate?
I can't say that on stream, so challenging. That's the word I'll use.
Yeah, so I think what we'll do at the moment is, Spitzy, I think we're going to get... Carbon Boy's, I think, going to host, but I think you're still able to jump in the comms box with us. I think we should be able to fit all of us in. As far as I'm aware... let me have a look. So... Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of us could probably get into this together. So, Carbon Boy, if you're able to, just fire up a lobby real quick. Sorry, guys in chat. It wouldn't be Sector 1 Season 8 without another Gran Turismo issue, would it?
Okay, so is that confirmation? I'll boot up a lobby.
Yeah, if you feel like it. Otherwise,
Yep.
Yeah. So sorry, guys, as we have 5 minutes just to get in. It was actually the same issue, Spitzy, as the one that Snoopy and Lenocious had earlier this season. So I think we may be able to get that rectified. Over the off-season, which will be good. So, there were a couple of races where Lenocious had to, by his choice, sadly step aside to let Snoopy run for Division 1. But over that little break, I do believe that I do believe that they did rectify that. So I wouldn't be too concerned, Spitzy, because we can definitely fix that one. But yeah, if you want to stick around for the next Div 1 Comms Box run, definitely welcome to.
Of course, absolutely.
Please do.
Please do. Yeah, I think the next one's going to be a bit of a slobber knocker. So in terms of the team's points, I haven't actually checked that out for a little while. I'm just about to bring that up now on my computer. I haven't got the graphic, unfortunately, for the team's championship. We were actually getting ready on the fly tonight. So I will run through it at this stage. Before tonight's running of Division 3, Respawn Esports was on top by well over 100 points, I think, on 707. Brocky 05 Sim Racing, great campaign for them in second position. Dadson Racing in P3, Red Mist in 4th and CP in 5th. Doghouse in P6. Now, the championship between Brocky 05 Sim Racing, technically in P2, all the way down to Black Rose Racing in 7th is well and truly... The spots are going to change after this race. That's 110% for sure. Lightning Motorsport in P8, they're 27 points behind Black Rose. Kung Fu Racing in 9th, Deeds Racing in 10th, Hoon Corp in 11th, Kraken Esports in 12th, ISA Esports in 13th, and APR Motorsports in 14th. Now, quite a few of those teams from Kung Fu Racing down have had drivers unfortunately not turn up or had issues in which they have sacrificed quite a lot of points. Definitely in terms of APR Motorsport with Carbon Boy, yourself going away, and the likes of ISA Esports with Budsy having his wheel failures. Kraken Esports has lost old Wakey for a couple of rounds. He's out indefinitely for the rest of the season. Hoon Corp's had Bogzilla actually been unable to race for quite a large chunk of the season. And in terms of Deeds Racing, myself doing a couple of streams, and I think we had Daz away for one race, I'm pretty sure. So there's been challenges this season that a lot of drivers and teams especially have had to deal with. But at the pointy end, it looks like Respawn, they may very well be waltzing away with this one. Any thoughts on team side, boys?
Look, I'd say let's just see what happens with this. It's going to be a big race. You know, it's 90 minutes. Anything could happen. Some of the teams down low could suddenly find themselves getting up into the top few if they, play their cards right, and I suppose just have luck on their side as well. But again, all we can do is just run the race and see what happens.
All right, beautiful. So the lobby has just gone up. So if any of Division 1 drivers are watching at the moment, which I assume a couple will be, definitely jump into the lobby hosted by Carbon Boy. So Carbon Boy, Spitzy and I will be doing commentary for Division 1, which is going to be an absolute bloodbath.
I will jump on to one slight error that I've made before the drivers do, because I can guarantee they'll pick it. I just need to change the qualifying to 15 minutes instead of 10.
Now, I think with the rain hitting as well, if there's any battles down the field, what we learned from the last race on that final lap as well, with the timer running out, is that 3 minutes isn't long enough.
No, I was hoping to get across the finish line in that race, but unfortunately got caught about 15, 20 seconds out.
Yeah, and there was a lot of carnage as well in that, oh, sugar, I can't even get into Carbon Boy's room now. Hang on a sec. I may need to restart my console here, which I can do. It's pretty comfortable, but there will be quiet audio if I do. I can still talk, thankfully, but I just have to, restart everything.
How about we punch to a couple of minute intermission? We get things sorted and then get these guys underway.
Yeah, I think that sounds good. We'll be back, guys. Stay tuned. I'm not sure what's going on, but GT is really giving, my end, some headaches. So we'll just be back shortly. Wrong thing. Hang on a sec. Oh, that was Karen doing Karen things. 1 second. And we are back here in Sector 1. We've decided to, try and get this underway as quick as we can. We do apologise, guys. Snake Eyes has fired in the chat. Emptying out the deeds from the fridge in the comms box isn't technical issues. It's technically an issue, yes. But Spitzy has jumped out of the comms box. He's going to go down to the pit lane and suss out the field. Meanwhile, Carbon Boy is in the box with me. Are you ready, Luke?
I am good to go when you are.
Yep, I reckon we are definitely ready to get underway for qualifying. These guys have been absolutely chomping at the bit to get started. And there's been a lot of...
blame them at all.
Yeah, there's been a lot of banter thrown up and down the pit lanes as well. So...
Oh dear, do I want to know?
Probably not, but we will head down to qualifying now. So we do apologise for that delay in the broadcast, guys. Gran Turismo doing Gran Turismo things. It's not been a fun time. So just waiting for the cars to come out in the field now. You can see coming through the pit lane. Massive pit lane here in Le Mans. We'll go up to the front of the field now. And Speedy Snoopy for Red Mist Racing started off Division 2. He was dominating that and made the call up to Division 1. And has not looked out of place at all. He's definitely in the top championship fight with Mountain Goat. So Snoopy versus the Kid. Might have to call Mountain Goat Charlie Brown tonight. The Snoopy and Charlie Brown show by the looks of things. As Faf for ISA Esports. And Faf's been hovering around that back end of the top 10 for a couple of races. He had a really good effort last round out at Yamagiwa, where he was running top 5 for quite a while. Interesting to see how he goes tonight. Mountain Goat for Brocky 05 Sim Racing. And Mountain Goat, this late run of form from the Kid has been absolutely impressive. And make no bones about it, he will be a serious championship contender for Season 9. We've got the man with one hand and 4 fingers on the championship, Distinct Geesh for Respawn Esports. And he's been flat out. He's been just raking up the kilometres in the last couple of days. And make no bones about it, he's the man to beat. But at a track as formidable as this, and with the weather conditions that you saw in Division 3, anything can happen. So don't count Geesh out of making a mistake, because even though he's been a metronome for most of it, this is Le Mans.
I don't think you can count anyone out of this race tonight, to be honest.
That's a fair point, especially the likes of Young Wakey for Kraken Esports here. Young Wakey had a fantastic start of the season. He's had a couple of big wins. And then it sort of just fell apart at Autopolis with that absolutely insane battle with Geesh. It was a very physical battle, but since then, he's just fallen by the wayside now. He's down to P5 in the championship. Needs a strong run home. Got Turtle for Dadson Racing in P6, and Turtle's also shown a really good lick of pace at times. And we're talking top tier pace for this division, which is it's very, very hard to do. He has had moments, though, where it has fallen apart for him. So, Turtle, see if we can see the good side of Turtle tonight. Prima GDR for Hooncorp Esports, and the former 3-time champion. He definitely has a point to prove. He won out last time out at Yamagiwa. And he wants to win this one badly. And if ever I know there's a man that's not happy when he's... if ever I know a man that's not happy when he's struggling, it's GDR. As Captain Muffin just behind him for CP Motorsports. And in that beautiful gold... I think it's is it the King's livery? Yes, it is. He's shown awesome pace the last couple of rounds. And even been threatening the podium on occasion. So the Muffin of old, looks like we're seeing him come back. Hopefully ends up in victory lane.
And also, knowing Captain Muffin, keep an eye out for the alternate strategy tonight, because he is the guy in this grid who does love doing the left of centre field type strategy. And with a long race like this, who knows, it could just work out for him.
And as we're looking at Mad Rick for Respawn Esports, filling in tonight for Noodles, who's been away this season, or for a large chunk of this season. Mad Rick getting some intel for the next round at, or next week's race for him in Division 4 as Diswood gets held up by him. Mad Rick gets out of the way real quick. So I think you're right about Muffin. That left field strategy choice nearly netted him a podium last round out. With, unfortunately, he did spin at Yamagiwa. we better have a look at your teammate and our fellow co-commentator, Lenocius, there in the APR Motorsport Pink Wheels. Has Lenocius spoken about this round to you at all?
We haven't actually chatted that much about this track this week. It's been a bit hard to coordinate us both getting online at the same time, to be honest. The brief chat we had before the race tonight was just beware of the weather and pray.
Well, as we see Lenocius giving your teammate Ricky Bobby a bit of a tow actually through the S's there as they go up to Tetra Rouge. The one thing that we did see in the Division 3 races, as soon as it rained, it was absolute chaos, especially in Indianapolis where the top 4 all fell off. And
you can make that top 5 because I was in 5th, and yeah, let's just say I hit the brake pedal for the Mulsanne corner, and yeah, it didn't end well. Yeah, that was very, very painful, but it was actually so bad that trying to get back on track, I actually lost my bearings. I had no idea where I was.
So, just having a look at Morgan Davey now at the moment for Deeds Racing as well. He's got the Circling Sharks livery on. So last time we actually ran here in Sector 1, not in the Porsches, but the big 2-hour special event we did a couple of seasons ago that Diswood won in the LMPs. The Circling Sharks livery was the one that the Deeds Racing car used, made up by Knuckles 47. And Morgan's decided to choose that one again tonight. Did net him a very strong result last time out. I think he got P3, but also Morgan's back on a wheel as well. The last 2 rounds he's been on a controller and he absolutely hated it. So yeah, hopefully Morgan finds that turn of speed he's been needing. Rounding out the grid tonight for Division 1, John 27, and he just wants to put the Q in the rack. He's done with the car. He just wants to end the night on a high note, but he and Diswood have been looking very forward to this round.
Woody is a big fan of Le Mans, and he's also a big fan of driving in the wet. So I'm actually looking forward to his performance tonight. I did have the pleasure of being in a practice lobby with him and his teammate, young Goatee, last night, along with young Wakey as well. No surprises. I had my behind thoroughly handed to me by all of them. But, it was good to see what they were planning on doing in terms of strategy, in terms of pace. So I'm quite keen to see whether, they were just bluffing me last night when they were talking about what kind of strategy they had planned, or whether they're actually going to do it or not.
Yeah, and that's the big thing as well for Diswood. He's the reigning champion of Le Mans here. After winning the 2-hour endurance race a couple of seasons ago, but he has a weird special affinity with not only this track, but loves the GT2 cars, especially these Super GTs, as Speedy Snoopy goes across with a 339.6. That is quick. So we're not only broken the 340s, as Geesh does a 339.1, Prima GTR does a 38.
I was just about to say, I'll give you the hot tip. A 338 is feasible without a slipstream, which is what GDR has just done. If you introduce some strategic slipstreaming and bump drafting into this, a high 37 is easily doable.
That is absolutely disgusting pace, seriously. I think the pole lap was a 341 by Boybiger. If I remember correctly, it was a 341.5. I might be wrong, but we thought that was quick, but holy jeez. So, Geesh and GDR and Speedy Snoopy not mucking about. Captain Muffin's gone into 4th position. And then there's a full second back to Morgan Davey. So, and Morgan's had a big spin by the looks of things. A lot of smoke up on the Dunlop Bridge.
And just worth mentioning as well, Geesh did have a half a second penalty on that lap.
Oh, Morgan's dead. Morgan's spun. So, he's really having issues and he's got to get off that racing line. Woody just drives through the smoke, Kimi Räikkönen style. Faf's got a half-second penalty.
Geesh is 1/10 purple, with a bit of a slipstream from Faf going down Mulsanne.
So, looks like
GDR is just a little bit further astern of those two.
So if I'm GDR here, I want to get in that toe. I'll be desperate for it, to be honest. Especially if Jeesh is only just ahead of you, so...
Fath has gone... Ooh, Fath has
He's gone
put
well
it
and truly
into the
off.
sand.
Oh, and he's going to
I
get in the
thought
way
he
of
was-
GDR. Oh! Oh,
I
that...
thought he was just graciously getting out of the way there, but it looked like he may have just missed his braking marker.
I can tell you right now, GDR will not be a happy boy. Especially with that. That will be looked at. So, Faf there just going off at the Michelin chicane, and
Yeah, not the cleanest rejoin I've ever seen, but certainly not the worst either.
no, and it was straight into the path of Prima GDR, who I think had to take evasive action. So that's something that will need to be probably looked at. We'll wait and see what the stewards say as Jeesh goes around golf. One big thing we've seen from this this division as well is for all of Jeesh's dominance as he's 6/10 purple at the moment, is the fact that it's been a bit more of a closer fight this season for Jeesh. It's not like he's had to go out and dominate, but he hasn't had it all his own way. Young Wakey's been up and about, and not only that, Prima GDR's put Jeesh on notice a little bit. As Jeesh enters the Porsche curves now, we'll jump on board the Respawn Esports car, the reigning champion, possibly champion-elect. Look at that, he's a second clear at the moment. You can see the car coming off the curves. Darts changes direction so quickly. Heading up to the Ford chicane now. Look at the line, it's absolutely perfect. Pulls the car up. Straight through Ford chicane. This is going to go straight to the top. And there's your timer, 3:37.5. That is phenomenal pace. And
Sorry,
there...
I just had to mute my microphone because I was choking a little bit.
Womble has said Snoopy on pole. Well, I think Snoopy's got 2 seconds to find now, and he's got a half-second penalty. So, he's got to get around Snoopy. He's got to get around again, but not only that, as Young Wakey goes to P2, with a 3:38.3, that gap to Jeesh, though, oh, that's a tall order. So, did Young Wakey actually make a pit stop? Or, because he's on a 3:52 first flyer. Flashing the lights at Mad Rick here. Oh, Mad Rick's had a massive moment there. I wonder what's happened there. He's just absolutely bounced into the sky. See if we can get that on a replay, because that was something I've never seen before.
Let me have a look-see here. Young Wakey, yes, he did hit at the end of lap 2.
So Mavericks hit the bollards and it sent him straight into the sky. I have never seen that before.
Is that at the left-right sweepers before the entry to the Mulsanne Straight?
Yeah, so
Yes.
at La Chapelle.
I'll take your word for it. Both young Goatee and myself have both experienced that. If you, on the right-hander exit of that chicane, if you take too much inside curb and collect the bollard, the front wheels of the car go instantly off the ground and you're 45 degrees facing the air and you're just going straight into the wall. Because obviously the car doesn't steer too well when the front wheels are off the ground.
you got to be joking. Just chimed in into the comms box as well. He said the real driving simulator with laughing emojis. I think he's 110% right on that one.
Yeah, look, let's be honest though, hitting a bollard at 160k an hour is not going to do anything good.
And Respawn, according to Snake Eyes, are so fast they fly. As Jeesh just gets out of the way of Snoopy there, so Snoopy's got a half-second penalty, so this lap won't matter, but... And he's at second purple as well. One thing I think, and that I was pondering over on the last race in Division 3 was when the rain did hit, I feel like a couple of those guys might have got caught out, especially the guys with no traction control. I think the guys not running traction control once it rained on the slick tyre, I think were absolutely nowhere. But were you running the traction control on the car or not when that rain came down?
I will happily admit that I was running traction control for the full length of the race. Traction control 1 for the dry weather, and then once the rain came, yeah, it was traction control 5. Swallowed my pride, swallowed my ego. I just wanted to survive.
So it looks like a couple of drivers are going to finish up their laps now. There's only about 20 seconds left in this qualifying session here at Le Mans. The Le Mans S1 24 hours. And a lot of these guys have been working on their endurance as well, especially in terms of hitting the gym, except for a couple of drivers down the field. John and Diswood working on just getting the simulation laps in, trying to make sure they were prepared as best as possible in that aspect of the mental side of an endurance race, which is especially important too. As we see young Wakey here, it's not going to be improving time. Mountain Goat goes to P2 though. That's an improvement, a 3:38.1.
That's big.
He had the slipstream from
Looking down the
Gish.
grid for his teammate Giswood in P13, which is interesting.
Oh, GDR's just gone off as well at the Ford chicanes. Lenocius goes to 5th. So
Woody, sideways. Can he get there? P5?
P5.
Very respectable. Very respectable.
He's a second off the pace, but he won't care. He'll be pretty happy with that. See where these guys are.
I don't think Woody's racing strength lies in his qualifying sessions. I'm a firm believer that race pace and strategy, yeah, the man's a weapon.
So Faf's done. Morgan's on an outlap, weirdly. Ricky Bobby's done. John's just popped in 12th. Bad Rick there in P13. Turtle's actually in the pit lane, so I'm not actually sure what's happened there. So it looks like Distinct Gish will take pole position here at Le Mans. By nearly 0.6 of a second. That is ridiculously quick pace. Mountain Goat will take P2. And Young Wakey P3. There's your podium there in a shot. What a qualifying session that was. Wow. So, just waiting as we wait for the clock to wind down there, guys. Just wondering in chat what everyone thinks. Snake Eyes is actually shocked by a 3:37. Yeah, I'm in shock myself. So, wow, that time is ridiculous. Any thoughts, Captain Boy?
Yeah, look, I was expecting to see a 37 with a slipstream or bump draft, but to do a 37 in relatively clear air, yeah, I'm lost for words there. But where do you go? Gish on pole, Goaty P2, Young Wakey P3, GDR P4, Woody P5, my teammate, yay, P6. That's going to be a cracking top part of the field through the first couple of laps. But this is where the tyre strategy comes into play. Are there going to be some guys starting on the softs, or are they going to go for a medium tyre, or is someone going to do something insane and run the hard? I would like to think no one would run the hard tyre at the start of the race, but considering there's no mandatory tyres, I can confirm that running the soft tyre at the start of the race does go well for 5 laps. After that, yeah, not so much.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things as well is the fact that it's it's a hard slog, and we did see a couple of the drivers set themselves up for the long run. There was probably 3 or 4 drivers in that Division 3 race that could have easily won it with how tight the gaps were. I think at one stage halfway through the race, Budsy, Levenspiel and Boybegun were all running line astern of each other, which is insane stuff. And then the rain hit, which just absolutely threw everything to the wayside. And you saw Pruski, he was absolutely plumb last and made the call early to put the tyre on, and it definitely yielded a result there when he went up to P8. So I think a couple of these guys now will have got a bit more intel and knowing just where to finish up, so, and when to pit. So these guys, they're the best in Australia for a reason. They won't make a mistake, that's for sure. But I think once you stop putting that orange sticker on the button, we might get the race started, Carbon Boy.
Ah, that's fair, that's fair. Just one side note in regards to knowing when to pit when the rain comes, it does depend massively on what that wind speed and direction is doing. Because the weather conditions I experienced in that Div 3 lobby were, well, there was quite a few minutes difference between when the rain hit in my practice and when the rain hit in the race. So, enough talking about it. Let's watch these guys and see what happens in terms of strategy, shall we?
Yep, so there's going to be 2 endurance races going on. The first one is these guys on the track. The second one is my voice. Calling 1 endurance race is hard enough, but calling 2, especially working, I'll give you the top tip, especially working in hospitality, my voice hasn't stopped all day. So let's get down to the track.
I can believe that.
So we are going to cut down to the track, guys. 14 absolutely astonishingly gorgeous NSXs coming down. Lights are red. No longer. We are underway for the final race of the season. And everyone has gone on to a really strong start there. Mountain Goat will have the inside line through the Dunlop curve. Young Wakey wants to fight it out. Jeesh puts in a very defensive line. Little bit of contact though. There's a little bit of bumping and grinding going through the field. Looks like Jeesh has been able to hold on, but Mountain Goat right behind the Young Wakey. Then there's a bit of a gap there already forming to Diswood.
Oh, there's a little bit of pushy shovey going on a little bit further back in the field, but nothing malicious. Just well, I don't know about good hard racing, but boys being boys, I would say.
They're all starting to run down the Mulsanne straight for the first time. It's been a strong start, but we're up the front now. Distinct Jeesh with Mountain Goat and Young Wakey. Diswood starting to join this trio now. These guys really starting to get away a little bit. Looks like Mountain Goat's willing to just sit behind at the moment. Jump on board now, the Brocky 05 Sim Racing car. Looks like a little bit of a bump draft there from Mountain Goat. There is.
I would say Mountain Goat would like to use Jeesh's pace to try and push him further away from Young Wakey in P3. Faf's had a moment at the... that was very, very close. Had a moment in the braking zone into the second chicane down Mulsanne. Didn't quite end up in the sand trap, but very, very loose. Probably caused a few pucker moments for a couple of drivers.
Looks like Young Wakey's not keen on sitting back as Diswood absolutely sends it from the heavens. And he's got it done too. Great move there by Diswood up to P3 now. So the Brocky 05 Sim Racing cars running 1 and 2.
Alright, I'm going to let the cat out of the bag nice and early with these drivers, just so you've got an idea of who's going to be doing what. Currently in P1, Young Goaty, he's on the racing softs. Jeesh, P2, is on the racing mediums. Now P2, Diswood, also on the racing softs. So they want to get out in front.
Diswood just goes off.
They want to take advantage of that extra grip that the soft tyres have, and they just want to nick off into the distance.
There's been contact!
Jeesh is gone! Jeesh has hit the wall at the exit of... I cannot think of the corner name.
That's Arnage. Jeesh has absolutely been hit into the wall there. Our championship leader now, 45 points clear and in a double points round. This is absolutely critical. P9 at the moment. We'll see if we can get that on a replay.
Was that a self-inflicted or was there some contact, I wonder?
Oh, no, he's had a moment. It's either lag or he did see contact there from Young Wakey, but even so, that was really weird.
I did see Geesh a little bit out wide on the exit, but I did change drivers at the very wrong moment.
I'm not sure what happened there personally. That looked like there was contact there, but there looked like there was also lag as well. So that's yeah.
So best we stay out of it. So
Yep.
Young Wakey's on the mediums. GDR is also on the mediums. Snoopy's on the mediums. Lenosis is on the mediums. John is on the softs. Captain Muffin is on the mediums. Morgan Davies on the racing hards.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, okay, I didn't think anyone would use the hards off the start, but your boy has gone and proven me wrong.
He's just going his own way. I'm not even going to question that.
When does he do anything other than that? Ricky Bobby is on the racing mediums. Turtle is on the racing softs. Fat is on the mediums, and Mad Rick is also on the racing hards.
So it looks like Morgan and Mad Rick want to run long. Diswood's got the lead of the race at the moment. But I wonder what the gap in terms of points is between Geesh and Mountain Goat now. We know it's double points, so the average round is 30 points for a win. If I recall correctly. Is it 30 or 33? I might need guys in chat
30,
to... 30?
30 for a win.
Yep, and Geesh had pole position as well too, so that'll increase the gap to 47 points as Mountain Goat doing a little bit of teamwork there with Diswood. These guys know that with Geesh down in the back, they can push on here. They can't get too
Also
cute.
worth noting that Young Goaty has a 1 second penalty hanging over his head.
And GDR has a
I don't
half
think he'll
second.
be making any moves.
Yeah, GDR's got a half second penalty as well here, so I don't think he'll make any moves either. As Speedy Snoopy, he's got a 1 second penalty to boot. So, hang on a second. John's in P6.
Correct.
Is that surely... He started P11.
Well, he is on the racing soft tyres, whereas the drivers he's gone past are all on hards or mediums.
So he's using the best out of the tyre already, but... Oh, gee whiz. John has just, lit this race up. And he's only 4 seconds off the race lead at the moment, so... And he's also
And
like...
it's looking like we've got a bit of inter-team cooperation going on here with Captain Muffin from CP Motorsports and my boy Lenosis in APR, just enjoying a bit of a bump draft from the CP car.
And we know those two in real life do get along quite well. They went to the World Time Attack Challenge in Sydney. And I have to say, absolute class blokes. Lenosius is definitely, he's funny as hell. And Captain Muffin is just an absolute top bloke from experience with working with him, of course, before he arrived at CP. He was a BMW M3 champion for my boys, D's Racing. Yeah, and that actually involved one of the closest finishes in Sector 1 history at Maggiore between himself and Tankmaster.
And funny that you mentioned World Time Attack. I'm headed up there myself this year, so I'll be able to meet another one of my teammates in person. And Captain Muffin after all this time. And I can't remember the exact bet, but I do remember that I owe him 20 bucks. So
just remember, mate, 20 bucks is 20 bucks. So as Captain Muffin, we're just on board with him now in the CP Motorsports NSX. Oh, he's got a lot of oversteer on the exit of the Ford chicane.
that was a great save, not going to lie.
Yeah, he's lost a bit of time, but look, there's Geesh now in P9. So he's broken that pack behind. Morgan Davies, the cork in the bottle in that pack behind, who's on the hard tyre. But Geesh at this point of the race is 9.2 seconds behind. He's done a 3:39.9 last lap out, but Young Wakey set the fastest lap of the races. Looks like GDR and Mountain Goat starting to get into it. Mountain Goat just getting a little bit defensive there. GDR wants a slice of this pie. And I think as they go through Tetra Rouge, I think Mountain Goat might be in a little bit of trauma here. And you can tell GDR...
GDR wants a little bit of a bump draft going on.
So something big's happened to Goat because they are 4.5 seconds off the race lead now, and Goat was actually right there or thereabouts as John decides to, he wants to make a bit of a move about it. These guys here in this mid-pack, this is a 6-way battle for P3 at the moment.
You've got a nice blend of soft tyre and medium tyre runners in this little battle pack.
Yeah, but this battle
I was
pack...
going to call it something else for a second, but thought better of it.
This battle pack can't get too cute either because Geesh is still behind these guys. And we know how quick Geesh is. As John sends it up the inside of GDR, gets the move done. That's a great move there by the Lightning Motorsports Spearhead. So John now up to P4. Using that soft tyre to its advantage. He still hasn't left that gap as well. He's technically still been in that 5-second gap for pretty much the whole race. So I wonder if Goat had a big, big moment. As up the inside it goes Captain Muffin on Lenocious. Leaves a lot of racing room. Doesn't get it done though. So Captain Muffin.
No, he didn't get the best exit coming out of Mulsanne, so just quickly ducks back in Lenocious' slipstream and gives him a little nudge down the, I don't know whether to call it the back straight because there's so many straights on this track. You don't know whether it's the front, the back, the left, the right.
So up at the front at the moment, Diswood. Oh, someone's gone at the back. That's John.
John's gone. John's gone at Indianapolis.
And Geesh is just coming up behind. That's been a massive moment for John. See if we can get on board with that one. So here we are on board with him. Oh, and he's just lost the rear end through Indianapolis. It's all it was. And he's so lucky there. So lucky that he didn't actually get hit on the way through. That is such a seriously... That could have been a 10 times worse for John.
And he's very graciously noticed Geesh coming up behind him quite rapidly through the Porsche curves and very graciously just stepped aside.
So I wonder how... I think we might have to... Yeah, I think we should have a look at the fuel and tyres situation for these guys. Proudly brought to you by APR Automotive. You're in safe hands. Boy, do you want to take it away?
Roger that. Up front at the moment on the Racing Soft compound is Diswood, and he's got young Wakey right on his rear bumper playing Morse code. He's probably sitting at about 80% fuel, and well, let's not worry about the front tyres because they don't wear out that badly on this track. We'll just worry about the left-hand rear. That left-hand rear is probably got about 15% left on it.
Oh, God. And it's compounded by the fact he's on a controller, too.
Young Wakey is doing a little bit better in terms of fuel. He's probably got 5% better fuel on the racing medium tyres. His left-hand rear is probably only about 25% worn, between 25 and 30. A little bit further astern, having gotten past Mountain Goat as well as the Speedy Snoopy, GDR is on the racing medium tyre. He's fairly identical to fuel to young Wakey. Fairly identical in terms of tyre wear as well. Speedy Snoopy right on the back of GDR is looking fairly identical in terms of fuel and tyre wear as well on the racing mediums. Goaty's had a bit of a shocker that last lap on the racing softs. He's probably about 80% fuel, and that left-hand rear has probably got about 15% left on it. Captain Muffin, who is just inside the slipstream of young Goaty, is on the racing mediums. He's just under 80% fuel left. On the racing medium tyre, he's probably got about 30% wear on that left-hand rear. Just behind him, in a fairly identical, except for slightly better on fuel, is Lenocious, also on the racing mediums. Coming in hot is Geesh in P8, also on the racing mediums. He's probably burned through about 40% of that left-hand rear and has about 80% fuel, so he's doing remarkably well in terms of pace and saving fuel. Sticking in his slipstream is John on the racing soft. He's doing pretty well considering on the tyre wear side of things. He's probably got about just over 15% left on that left-hand rear and a touch under 80% fuel in the tank. In a battle for P10 at the moment is Morgan Davey, who's on the racing hards. He's at just over 3/4 of a tank of fuel. Yeah, he's probably worn about 10% of that left-hand rear. Just behind him, giving him a bit of a slipstream bump, is Faf, who is on the racing mediums. He's probably worn about 35% of the left-hand rear. And he's doing pretty well for fuel. He still has about 80% in the tank. And just behind him as well is Turtle on the racing soft, who's doing very, very well in terms of tyre wear. He's probably got about 20% left on that left-hand rear and just over 75% fuel in the tank. P13, Ricky Bobby on the racing mediums, just over 3/4 of a tank of fuel, maybe about 35% wear on that left-hand rear. And the fill-in driver tonight, Mad Rick, on the racing hards, he's got about 80% fuel in the tank and very minimal wear on those left-hand rear. This P3, 4, 5, and 6 battle. This is something up to 7. With Lenosis. I'm going to be keeping my eye on this one. I'm a big fan of this track in the dark because there's less distractions. It's literally just you and the track. Yes. Oh, Godey's had a big moment coming through. Oh, I don't know the corner name. I mean, to be fair, his left-hand rear is completely cooked, and it was a right-handed corner, so not a huge surprise. That was a beautiful example of car control.
That was a beautiful example of car control. Bumcrackers just said we've lost Karen, and I do apologise. I don't know why my microphone just went off. So, I'm not too sure what happened there.
Don't tell me I'm going to have to do all of the talking for the rest of the race.
No, you're all good now. I'm not too sure what happened though. So,
goodness.
my microphone button was not on, and it should have been on. So, I don't know what's happened there. That's weird. Anyway, back to the action. Young Wakey back in the lead. He's cleared out 3.2 seconds ahead of Captain Muffin now. Actually, who's fighting side by side here with Prima GDR. So Muffin's slowly...
I was just watching Ricky Bobby, who was running nose to tail with Diswood. Just had a massive left-right tank slapper before the Mulsanne straight.
Oh, GDR also had a tank slapper on the exit of Forza. Tell you what though, Captain Muffin, see if he's doing a little bit of bump drafting of his own, and he is too. So these guys are trying to make sure they don't let Young Wakey get away. I think that's the right call at the moment, because Young Wakey, that gap is already expanding quite significantly. 3.1 seconds is good, and it's only going to grow once they get through the Porsche curves. Lenosius into 4th now, Snoopy into 5th. That brings Distinct Geesh up to P6. That gap has closed down between Snoopy and Geesh. It was 5.2 a lap ago. It's now down to 3.9. Faf into P7 as well. He's got Morgan Davey right up his rear end. And Morgan's still on that hard compound tyre. Diswood in 9th. So Woody's actually, fallen down quite a bit. I think, is he taking fuel? Surely not.
Sorry, who?
Diswood, is he taking fuel?
Negative.
Huh. Long stop, so he's down in 9th. Ricky Bobby...
I do wonder, I wonder if Morgan's going to be going for the hard compound no stop until the rain comes.
I wouldn't put it past him to do so, but like what we saw in Division 3, once the rain hits, if you get caught out in the wrong place, wrong time, you are in serious, serious trouble. And if I know Morgan, he will love being sideways more than anybody else, but in saying that, I don't think it's wise to go sideways here in the rain.
No, there's a difference. Oh, someone's just gone off. Hello, who was that? That was
Faf.
Oh, Faf at Indianapolis. He's been reset. That's not gone well.
Wow. So we'll just see if we can catch that on a replay. So what's happened here is, entered, the rear end's got, and he spanked the wall hard at Indianapolis. Absolutely annihilated. That's what's reset him.
I didn't actually know it was possible to get reset at that corner.
So the rear end just stepped out on him very dramatically and absolutely whacked the right-hand side of the car. That's one of the fastest corners in the whole of the Sector 1 calendar too, Indianapolis. As Captain Muffin comes in, Lenosius goes round again. So Captain Muffin at the end of lap 6, chucking on the medium compound tyre. So I wonder if he's going to go to a soft compound here. We know Muffin is the king of left field strategy.
I'll keep an eye on him. I'm gonna throw a cheeky fiver on he throws hards on.
I wonder what's he going to do. Let's see. Let's wait and see. Oh, it's a soft compound.
All right, Muffin, you and your alt strats, fine.
He's just coming up behind Diswood as well. That is a huge gain there for Muffin, considering Diswood was right up there with Young Wakey.
And Woody is also on the hard compound tyre now, so I do suspect Muffin may just make his way past him.
That's intriguing. So
and possibly along for the ride will be Ricky Bobby, who's not that far astern of Captain Muffin on Well, he's on some well-used mediums, let's put it that way.
So I wonder if you're Captain Muffin here, do you just bump draft? Do you bump draft Wood down the straight, and then just go and overtake him when you get to the far, like into the corners? Or
That would be my plan.
yeah, I think that would probably be the best plan. He's gonna have so much. Oh no, there we go.
He's saying bugger both of you. I'm sending it down the inside.
Down the inside he goes at Forza. Gets it done, so that's Muffin back up to P7 now. He's got 2.6 seconds ahead of him, Morgan Davey, who's on a hard compound tyre. In the pitch black darkness down the Molzan straight. It's not that far for Muffin to catch, but then Distinct Jish in 5th position is 17 seconds ahead of him. Looks like,
And he's on a very well-worn set of mediums at this stage. Probably about 10% left on that left-hand rear tyre, so he's going to need to be careful this next half a lap, and I'd anticipate as he gets very skatey coming out of Mulsanne, I do anticipate seeing him into the pits either this lap or the next if he's braver than I think he is.
I think with Prima GDR there with a half-second penalty, it's he's got to try and hold off Speedy Snoopy where he can, Prima GDR, because the Notius is right behind as well, and the Notius is running a different strategy. So he's decided to go long instead, where Muffin decided to come in, put the soft compound tyre on. That could work for Muffin if it does rain in the next 2 or 3 laps, though. He could make a little bit of gain. Being on a hot, soft tyre...
Oh, here we go, sorry. GDR served his penalty, and he's got Speedy Snoopy wanting to go side by side with him as he's gone past him into the Porsche curves. And he's got Lenosis right on his rear bumper as well. GDR's mediums are looking fairly ordinary on the back end. Speedy Snoopy's left-hand rear is a little bit better. Lenosis's tyres are also looking fairly abused. So I wonder if we'll see any of these three into the pits this lap.
And that's the thing.
Speedy Snoopy throws a little feint.
That's a little bit of
Tries to
gamesmanship.
fake him out. I like it. I like it a lot.
So Young Wakey's in.
He's into the pits.
So Snoopy will take the lead of this race, but he's got 2 very hot-headed drivers behind him. He's got a former 3-time
Jish is in
champ.
as well.
So
I'll keep an eye on Young Wakey and Jish and just see what tyres these guys want to throw on the car.
So, and you can see Lenosius there on the exit of the Dunlop curves there. He just had it absolutely
Young
sideways.
Wakey has gone with the hard compound. Jish has also gone with the hard compound tyre.
So they're planning to run very, very long at this point. Snoopy, he's no stranger to winning. He won early on in the season in Division 2, and when we had someone drop out, he said he'd happily make the step up to Division 1 because he wanted the competition, and he has not looked out of home. He really hasn't. He's now leading the train through Forza. He's doing a great job. He's done a fantastic job through Division 1. Womble's fired in chat as well, said, I'm super impressed that Snoopy got bumped to Division 1 after 3 rounds, half his points lost, and is still fighting for the championship. That is against best drivers in GT7. That's a very valid point as well. Snoopy hasn't looked out of place here in Division 1 at all. In fact, he's relished the challenge, and you can see he's ahead of a 3-time champion, so he definitely belongs.
He's certainly made himself very comfortable in here, and I'm sure that's music to the ears of his team owner over at Redmond's Racing.
So it looks like GDR can't work out if there's going to be a bit of bump drafting or whatnot here. If GDR's going to... No, GDR's going to go up for it. Oh, there nearly was contact as they enter Mulsanne. GDR's got it done, so Prima GDR will take the lead of this race. That is that's a big move. So, the one thing as
I've
Speedy...
certainly thrown a cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah. So, the big thing about this race being a so-called 24-hour race is the fact that we've been able... Oh, GDR sideways through Indianapolis. Oh, Lenosius is gone! Lenosius is gone!
Oh no.
He also went sideways through Indianapolis. He's managed to save it, but that gap now's gone.
Well, if you can keep it facing the right direction, that's a big tick in my book, because in my limited practice going through Indy with a very worn left-hand rear tyre, can confirm the rear does like to step out on you, and it's terrifying.
So we're just closing in on midnight here at the Cirque de la Sarthe. Got an hour of racing to go. The best way to work it out in real time is the fact that every 30 minutes equates to 8 hours in this race. Oh, and Snoopy wants
Having
to...
a look. Sorry, continue on. Sorry.
Snoopy wants to have a look. No, he's gone up the... Like, they're both pitting. So GDR and Snoopy into the pits. Lenosius
Just
comes
having
in
a
as
look
well.
further down the field, you've got Faf in P9 on some very well abused mediums behind Ricky Bobby, who is in a similar scenario. But just behind Faf, you've got young Goatee on some fresh hards, and not far behind him is Geesh on some fresh hards as well. So they're playing the long game here in this middle section of the race, which, to be honest, it can get a little bit tedious. It's where the fatigue and the monotony start to kick in. So we might see a few drivers making a few unforced errors, so to speak.
Captain Muffin now ascends to the lead of this race.
He'll be loving that.
He will be.
He knows it'll be short-lived, but he will enjoy it while it lasts.
He's looked at home again, especially towards the end of this season. It seems like he's found a little happy hole in which he can really extend, and he's found a lot of pace as a result. He's definitely come on song, especially in this car this season, and looking very forward to seeing what he does next season. I won't say what we're possibly racing, but we'll wait and see.
Insert Fiat 500 comment here.
So it looks like Morgan Davey and Speedy Snoopy. Oh, there's been some little bit of drama, because this battle pack here between Diswood, Speedy, Snoopy, GDR and Morgan Davey. GDR leads the way. No, he doesn't actually. Speedy Snoopy is behind and Woody is in front. You see these guys bump drafting as well. That won't help Morgan, so if these guys could slow down as a Deeds team owner, that'd be great.
Just got my eye on this 7th, 8th and 9th bunch with my boy Lenosis, Goatee and Geesh.
Yeah, Geesh is brought up to Mountain Goat here, and I don't know what's going on here with Mountain Goat, whether he's had a couple of moments or whatnot.
Well, he's got Lenosis in front of him, who's, having just pitted, has put on a second set of medium tyres, whereas the two guys behind him are running the hard compounds, and it seems like Goatee's, at least for now, content to just bump draft Lenosis, knowing that he's going to be faster through the corners on the medium compound tyre as opposed to himself on the hards. Maybe he's just doesn't want to waste time. He doesn't look like he wants to waste any time battling. Just wants to, if he has to help someone get a little bit further up the track in order to get himself further up the track, he's willing to do that.
I think Geesh definitely wants to make hay while the sun shines, but he's got a bit of work to do here. Because he's up against his championship rival in Mountain Goat.
And also, Goatee was well aware that Lenosis was carrying a half a second penalty. No, gets another bump draft as Geesh goes past Goat. Now, is he going to want to play the same bump drafting game? Or is he just going to look for a way past?
Well, the big thing is that G-Shear is only 11 seconds behind. He's not out of this. 110%. He is not out of this race by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, he's only 10 seconds behind young Wakey in P2, who is... Well, with all the strategies going on, I don't know who's technically outright leader at this stage, but with Muffin on those soft tyres, I would hazard a guess that he's going to be pitting after this lap and 2 more.
So, just for my knowledge, has Morgan pitted yet? I don't think he has.
By the look of his tyres and fuel, I say no. His left-hand rear on those hards is just under 50% left. And he's bang on half a tank of fuel at the 34-minute mark.
That's Diswood! That's Diswood! Diswood's gone! Oh, what's happened there? Oh, is he gonna... No, he's done that well. See if we can get our replay on that. So what's he done here? He's gone through La Chapelle. Has he just clipped the grass on the exit? He has. And it's so easy to do that as well. And he's just gone straight into the Shadow Realm with Tetra Rouge.
GDR has just overtaken your boy into Forza, I believe was the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight.
Correct.
Yay, I'm learning. Morgan is on the hard compound, whereas GDR got a really good run under the Mulsanne, and with those medium compounds was able to quite easily outbrake him.
Laminator's commented, sorry boys, I'm a quarter bottle into an American honey wild turkey tonight. Who are our commentators? You're joined with Karen and Carbon Boy for this one, the Division 1 Championship on the line tonight.
Have a sip for me, Lambo.
Yep, agreed. American honey's good stuff, actually. As Prima GDR's got a half-second penalty, so all the work he's done to get past Morgan Davey might just go out the window.
Oh dear.
So what I want to figure out now is with Jish in P7, I don't quite think it's enough in the terms of the championship for him to lose it at this stage. I might need some calculations brought up on that one, as we've hit 47 viewers for this stream, which is fantastic. Up to 32 likes as well, guys, so if you haven't liked the stream, make sure you do. Stay tuned as well. Next week we do have Group B, Divisions 2 and 4. Division 4 Championship is definitely wrapped up, but the Division 2 Championship, it's looking like Evil Evo versus Dadson, and the 2 former champions, they want to add another one to their mantle. Lot to play for just yet.
Oh yeah, certainly not over just yet.
As Speedy Snoopy's actually caught up to the back of Young Wakey here.
Just going to throw another element of spice into the mix, because Speedy Snoopy is on some very, very fresh medium tyres, whereas Young Wakey is on some very, very fresh hard tyres.
Snake Eyes has fired in the chat that he's on round black tyres.
That's a good start. When they're round, that's a very good start.
So you can see the NSX of Speedy Snoopy here on the helmet cam. His perspective at the moment, as Young Wakey goes defensive as they head to the Ford S's. Oh, and he just has to back out of it a little bit here.
Yeah, the Ford S's are not a place you want to try and overtake unless somebody bins it.
I think Young Wakey at the moment might be better off just sitting behind Snoopy. We know he's got the pace. Here he comes through Dunlop Curve, Speedy Snoopy.
I do believe I saw a slight flash of the right-hand indicator there from Young Wakey.
Yep, so that's I'll let you through. You're faster than me. I'm not going to fight. We're on different strategies.
Yeah, let's not waste time. Let's just do our own thing, and I'll see you at the finish line.
And speaking of time, Captain Muffin is making hay while the sun shines, because he is 7.4 seconds clear at the moment. He's well and truly...
Interesting though, Young Wakey still has the fastest lap with a 38.056. Muffin's best lap has been... He's only been in the low 39s.
Well, the interesting thing for me,
Second off Wakey's pace.
the interesting thing for me is that it's still a dry race. We are scheduled to get some wet weather, but whether or not it's coming now or whether or not it's coming down the track, we'll wait and see. But it's remarkably dry at this stage.
Well, there does seem to be a few clouds floating around in the sky. It's not a clear night, and I have seen in a couple of test lobbies where there is a slight wave of rain that comes through sort of about this point, actually. Unfortunately, none of the drivers have the weather radar up for me to be able to see what's going on, unfortunately.
I think the big thing as well at the moment is the fact that Morgan Davey hasn't stopped yet. He's sort of played himself into this a little bit with the hard compound. If it does start to rain a little bit, he could definitely capitalise on all that hard work with the hard tyre. Being P5 at the moment, he is ahead of the reigning champion, Stick Geach, and it's nothing to sneeze at for Morgan considering he started in, I think it was 10th.
Just in that little three-car battle of Lenosis, Geach and Goatee, the order's changed a little bit with Geach now ahead of Lenosis and Goatee. Goatee is on the hard compound tyres, as is Geach to be honest actually. And he's just getting a little bit of a bump draft from Lenosis here because they're only 1.3 seconds behind the back of Morgan Davey. So I think Lenosis is playing the smart game here of, hey, let's catch this guy, which my teammate, catching your teammate, that's probably not something you want to hear.
Yeah, exactly right. And John, just in P10 at the moment, he's just behind Diswood. We know that these two are fantastic mates off the track. We know that. They're basically peas in a pod, and that's why we love them. But on the track, they're probably two of the most hot-headed and angriest blokes you'll ever meet. I've seen Chili's be hotter than these two. But in saying that, these two are proper full-blown ghost peppers.
Some more strategy going on here with Lenosis having served his half-second penalty there. Gets a little bit of a nudge along from Goatee just to help him get back up to speed again.
Yeah, and it looks like Geach has caught up to the back of Morgan as Captain Muffin pits. So Speedy Snoopy will now assume the lead of the race.
So while he might be young, and we do refer to him as a kid, he's certainly got an older head on his shoulders when it comes to do I overtake or do I do something a little more strategic during a race.
Yeah, so I think
Great to watch.
At the moment, we've just clicked over 3 a.m. here at the track. The CP Motorsports crew definitely well and truly awake at this point of the race.
I'm running off Red Bull at the moment.
I can tell you right now, the Black Rose crew well and truly, they've packed up. They're ready for next week. I think they're one of only two squads, I think, that are not running in Division 1 at this stage, but it's good because they're getting a bit more rest compared to the rest of the field, which is huge.
Lucky them, they've had some sleep this weekend.
As the sun's starting to come up a little bit now. Daylight is broken, and this is that sort of that lull in the race for the drivers where they're all a bit weary-eyed and there's no other way of saying this, dopey. It's where the mistakes start to creep in. There could be a little bit of fog. We'll wait and see.
News just in. Morgan Davey has finally decided to chuck it into the pits and he's thrown on a set of medium tyres. Does not look like he's taken any fuel on board though.
Yeah, that's interesting. He won't. I assume he hasn't got enough to get through the rest of the race, being a Deeds driver. No, we're not at the halfway point of the race yet, and he's on about, well, just under 45% left in the tank. So definitely not enough to get to the end, unless he starts doing some serious fuel saving, which we all know that's not going to happen. No, he just likes to wring the neck of it. Captain Muffin's up to down in P9 now, and he was, he's 2.9 seconds behind John and Diswood. So I know.
And he's running on a brand spanking new set of medium tyres. Doesn't look like he's put any fuel in the car yet. Whereas John is only 2.8 seconds up the road from him, and his mediums are looking very worse for wear. He's probably got about 30% left on that left-hand rear. Whereas Woody's mediums, they're a lot fresher, having run the hard compound.
One thing I want to say as well about Diswood and John, both of these two right now, they want the rain to come. If it rains, they are at a huge advantage.
Well, one of them wants the rain to come.
Yeah, if we know...
One of them very much does not want the rain to come.
Yeah, we know if it does rain, Diswood will be basically having parties in the pit lane, and if it rains, John will just put the car into the garage and call it a night.
You can guarantee these two are in communications with each other, just giving each other... Oh, it's 3 minutes after 9. I can say that word, but I won't. There'll be a lot of very playful banter being flung around the comms, I believe.
Now we are past 9 o'clock as well, so the swear word jar can be put away. That includes guys in chat. 45 viewers at the moment. We're up to 34 likes on the stream. I hope you're all well as we enter the halfway point of this race. We will just gloss down the field now. So Speedy Snoopy currently leading the race by 2/10 against Prima GTR through the Dunlop curve. Young Wakey only a couple of seconds, or a second and a half behind. So well and truly in this. Champion-elect with an asterisk, Distinct Geesh P4. Lenosius in 5th, he's got Mountain Goat right up his tail. Diswood in P7 with John as company. Captain Muffin only just a little bit behind them. Mr. Morgan Davey there in P10.
So Speedy Snoopy does have a GTR red hot on his bumper, who's giving him a little bit of a bump draft down the Mulsanne straight. They're both on the medium compound tyres. Speedy Snoopy's probably the best one of the field for fuel. He's just under half the tank. GTR's probably 3 or 4% less than him, which is a second in the pits with our 3 litres a second refuel rate. But I'm intrigued to see whether any drivers are actually going to take any fuel, given that when the weather's wet, your fuel consumption drops off rather rapidly because you cannot use as much full throttle. So,
Turtle at the moment, he's just dropped down to P12. Good move by Faf there through Dunlop curves.
GDR is just looking like he's content to sit behind Snoopy at the moment. There was a big lift off going into the second braking zone down the Mulsanne. He's just giving him a little bit of a push along. I think GDR is looking at the gap between him and Young Wakey and is thinking, nope, I want more. I want a bigger gap.
Yeah, it's quite smart to be honest, because if you start fighting, you start to cost yourself a bit of time. And these two, they know they can see Geesh in P4 at the moment, and he's the real threat in this championship. They want him to be well and truly not just out of this victory, but out of this race win completely, and to lose as many championship points as possible, especially for Snoopy. Could wrap up P2 in the title.
This might be working out well, as GDR's gone past Snoopy now. He's decided enough's enough, you're going too slow. But both the top two drivers at the moment are on the medium tyre, whereas Young Wakey is currently running the hard compound tyre. So it's a smart move to not waste too much time battling, because even if you're on the faster tyre, if you're wasting time fighting with someone else, someone on the slower compound is still going to catch you who's running in clean again.
So Lenosius here just got past Geesh, but now has to serve a penalty. He'll step out of the way. Geesh will go through. Looks like Mountain Goat might not be able to capitalise.
Pulls off the racing line to serve the penalty as well. Good etiquette. Very good etiquette.
Very good sportsmanship there. So just checking in on the points at the moment. Lenosius, he's P5 in the championship at the moment. He's 27 points behind Young Wakey at this stage. So he's looking to consolidate that P5. He's got 7-point gap to Captain Muffin and Diswood, and only a point behind them two is Morgan Davies. So Leonosius could consolidate a top 5 in Division 1 here, and that would be a very big confidence booster to...
Well, here we go. Captain Muffin has just sent it past John. Coming
John's
out of
in.
the Porsche curves as John's into the pits. He's decided enough is enough on these mediums. Captain Muffin is looking like he's making good time on Woody, which is not surprising considering Woody's on the hard compound.
Now, what I want to know here is if Diswood's tyres, how they're going at the moment. Because he is P7, seems to be falling just a bit to the wayside at the moment. He did 342 a couple of laps ago.
Oh, he's on the hard compound tyre, so that's probably the main explanation for the slight lack of pace. I mean, he's looking fairly consistent. Like there's a 342 flat, 41.9, 41.7. Actually, no, never mind that one. Okay, he's a little up and down. Probably had a few loose moments. But he's now got Captain Muffin right in the slipstream, so we'll see what happens here, whether...
Oh no, Muffin's going.
Muffin's going past.
Oh, there's a yellow flag
Ooh,
as
there's
well
a yellow
ahead.
flag.
So what's happened there?
GTR maybe?
Leonosius has got a penalty. Mountain go.
GDR, I'd say. He's dropped down to P3. He's got a half-second penalty. Looks like he's had a moment at Forza.
Let's have a look, see if we can catch it. He's definitely had a moment. We've missed it, but something big has happened to GDR there.
There's no damage on the car, but he's lost 2 positions and carrying a half-second penalty with Jish and Leonosis half a second behind him. That's not going to go well.
I'd say he has had a moment at Forza. Had to have had a moment, because that's a 10-second points loss, a 10-second loss. What that's done...
It is very easy to get the car loose out of that corner. Have done so many times myself. But maybe that's what's happened.
Yeah, what that's done though is it's put Jish in a really prime spot here. And if I'm GDR, I see Jish as probably the main rival. They're nowhere near each other in the championship side of things, but...
Jish gives him a little bit of a bump draft, but he does see that half-second penalty hanging over GDR's head. No, he's going to be serving it just after the next corner. Oh, Leonosis has also got a half-second penalty as well.
So this is a little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card here for Jish. He can overtake GDR and possibly lose the toe.
Oh, I don't know about losing the toe. Because GDR's on the mediums. He may just be able to claw it back through the Porsche curves.
Now, my worry at the moment, because we're starting to see a little bit of cloud forming, is it looking like it's going to rain? See the clouds rolling in there in the background.
They're fairly light coloured clouds. There's no dark and ominous ones just yet at the 52-minute mark of this race. So keep your eyes open in the next 10 to 15 minutes, though. Things might get interesting.
Oh, jeez. He wanted to look at GDR.
I'm going to nickname that the Sophie line.
Yeah, I'm actually stating you don't get a penalty there.
After watching the PD artificial intelligence driver using a large amount of the pit lane as an entry for a corner, he's taken the Sophie line there.
So, Jish now up to P4, but Leonosius is starting to lose these guys as well. Young Wakey's still got the fastest lap of the race at 3:38 flat. It's in P2 at the moment. Nearly 6 seconds behind the race leader, Speedy Snoopy here, doing a fantastic job. See, they are...
Just checking in on who's running what tyres. John has decided to throw on a set of softs.
Actually?
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep. It looks like he's pitted and then pitted again.
That's interesting. So I wonder what he's going for there. Might just run down a
He
few.
might have made a tyre choice and then decided to change his mind as he's gone 2/10 purple through the first sector. So with a low fuel load, he might just be going, bugger it, I'm going to take fastest lap before the rain hits.
So Faf in P11 there, just giving these guys some screen time at the moment for ISA Esports. He's had a pretty consolidating season. He's looking forward to going into next season though. Ricky Bobby there in P12. It's been a struggle for Ricky tonight. Runs wide through Tetra Rouge. He's over a minute down on the leaders. Turtle for Dadson Racing. He's also had a bit of a struggle as well tonight. And then Mad Rick doing a fan.
Faf has had a really loose moment coming out of Forza. Slapped the wall. Lucky to escape with no damage to the car.
Let's have a look. So he's entered Forza. Oh, he just run very wide there. Oh, sideways, yeah. Just slaps the wall a little bit on the exit. It just looks like he's struggling with that rear end a little bit. But I was going to say about Mad Rick, he's a Division 4 driver in Division 1. That's like stepping out as a bluefin tuna and then going into a bunch of great white sharks. He's just out there for team points tonight for Respawn Esports. Unfortunately, Noodle's not available tonight. So, I think if you're watching this in chat, give us a big W for Mad Rick. Stepping in for Respawn Esports. He's got some intel for tonight. He'll come back next week in his own division and he'll have a fair bit of confidence. So, yeah, big W in the chat for Mad Rick, guys. We'll go back up to the front now. Speedy Snoopy now. 6.5 clear. Young Wakey in P2, but the battle behind. Jinch has not been able to let go of Lenocious here. This is interesting.
He hasn't been able to make as much headway into Young Wakey as he'd probably like.
Oh, Lenocious.
Still stagnant around that 3.7, 3.5 mark. They're both on equal tyres. Wakey might have a 1 or 2% fuel advantage over Jinch.
The big thing that we just saw there now, through the Ford S's, is Lenocious was sideways after hitting the curb. A lot of oversteer. Oh, he's had more oversteer! Just under the Dunlop Bridge, you just saw the rear end go sideways on Lenocious there.
That's another corner on this track where if you're on the power too hard too early, it's very, very easy to get the car sideways.
So it looks like his rear tyre. How's the tyre life on Lenocious? Has he got plenty or is he...
The left-hand rear isn't too bad. It's probably got about between 35 and 40% left. So I'd anticipate seeing him into the pits around lap 18, maybe. Well, we're on lap 16 now, so maybe end of the next lap, I'd say. Which is cutting it fine depending on what the weather wants to do. Because the clouds have gotten a little bit darker, but they're not looking threatening in terms of rain just yet.
Yeah, I thought, as I just did a bit of a Karen moment there on the stream, unfortunately pressing the replay button, I was meant to choose a different car. Yeah, I think Lenocious not in a bad spot at the moment, but as Captain Muffin and Prima GDR just behind, Muffin's decided to make the move. Captain Muffin there, just a little bit deep, going through Michelin chicane. A little bit of exit oversteer too. These two are just costing themselves time now though.
They'd want to be clever about this because GDR's on some very well-worn mediums with about less than 20% left on that left-hand rear, whereas Muffin's in much better position. He's probably got about 65% left on that left-hand rear.
Yeah, you can tell as well by the positioning of the cars and the way Muffin then just is able to brake so much deeper. He's
And
actually
Muffin's giving GDR a little bit of a bump because he's fully aware of young goat behind him.
there we go. So
1.6 seconds. Oh, Goat's carrying a half-second penalty on him as well. That's not going to do him any favours.
they enter Indianapolis, and Muffin shoots P5. I think he's just got to find a little bit more. His lap times are really strong, to be honest. They're very consistent as well. 3 laps straight in the 39s. 49 was a out lap.
His lap times are only 6 to 7 tenths lower than when he was on the soft compound tyres.
Looks like Jeesh has just clawed back a little bit of ground to Young Wakey. Last couple of laps in the 40s. Yeah, Young Wakey's struggling. His last 3 laps are all... Well, he did a 42, but he's in the 41s at the moment.
Speedy Snoopy's in the 40.7.
There he goes. He's
flat.
41.1 just last lap. We'll see what Young Wakey does. Yeah, so that gap's extending. He's actually like 4 seconds on his best lap. Mind you, he was on the soft compound tyre when he did that 3 minute 38.056, but Jeesh is coming.
It's worth noting as well, that gap between Young Wakey and Jeesh has dropped by a second, down to 2.5 seconds now. Jeesh is bringing Lenosis with him.
Morgan.
Although Lenosis is on some very well-loved medium tyres.
So Morgan Davey in P9 at the moment. He's got Diswood 14 seconds clear in front. Just don't know what's happened to Diswood in this second stage of the race. He's fighting it up at the front for quite some time as well.
I am privy to a bit of information that might be affecting Woody's race. Had a bit of an incident last night involving one of his fingers, which is now quite badly bruised. And being a controller player, that is going to have a big effect on your game.
Yeah, especially this late in the race. Just past 8 AM as well here at Le Mans. And you can actually see the Black Rose guys in the pit lane. They've actually all the garage is open, the cars aren't there, but a couple of big couches. Looks like they're serving up some breakfast, so guys in chat, if you want some brekkie, head straight on down to Black Rose.
If someone could get me a bacon and egg sandwich and another Red Bull, that would be very much appreciated.
I'll take.
We've just ticked over the hour mark of the race. Still no sign of the rain.
That's intriguing to me. If someone can get me a brekkie burger actually from Black Rose Racing, that'd be great.
I'll settle for a sausage and bread at this point.
Speaking of sausages and bread, it looks like Captain Muffin has just not been able to break away from GDR. He's 3.2 seconds behind Lenocious. We know Muffin's got the pace to catch up. He's actually done his fastest lap of the race, Muffin, at 3:38.7. Very strong pace at this point. He's definitely getting a bump draft though from GDR. So on those worn tyres, GDR's not really letting Muffin get away. I thought he might just streak ahead, Muffin.
I'm a little worried for GDR's prospects at this point because that left-hand rear is less than 10% left on it, and with no immediate sign of rain, is he just going to duck into the pits and chuck on a fresh set of softs as well? He's also probably just under 20% fuel left in the tank as well.
Yeah, so fuel...
It's identical to Muffin, so
Fuel
I
sounds
dare
like
say
it's gonna
both
be
of
an
those
issue.
drivers will have to take some fuel in this stop.
That's
If
intriguing.
the rain does hold off for another lap or two, especially if it holds off for another 2 laps, Muffin's looking really good here compared to GDR. Oh, as he throws a sleight of hand. GDR's going around again. That's
That's
brave.
risky. I think
And Lenosis is in a similar boat to GDR in terms of tyre wear on that left-hand rear.
it seems like they're starting to
Although
catch up.
The weather has started to get a little bit hazy, and the clouds are starting to darken in the western part of the sky. So
Yeah, the lights are back on the cars. You can see the headlights on the NSX well and truly on. Yeah, it's definitely getting dark out there. You can see the light reflections of the headlights there straight onto the steel. It's definitely darkening out there. So Speedy Snoopy is 8.4 seconds clear at this stage. He'd probably want to get around sooner rather than later at this point, because if it starts pelting down, I can tell you right now, a lot of these guys will be flipping the traction control straight on and won't even hesitate for the second port.
I don't know if it's on stream or not, but Karen, your microphone's going a little bit Robocop on me.
Oh, interesting. And it should be okay. All the settings are alright and it's on. That's the main thing, it is on. So
Right, there you go. You're back to non-56k dial-up modem now.
do apologise, the internet over at this side of France. It's been interrupted a little bit. I dare say someone's downloading things and here at the track.
Lenosis, could you please stop getting half-second penalties on me?
Oh no, he's got another one.
He's got another one.
Uh-oh.
And he's got Captain Muffin 1.3 seconds behind. So we could see Captain Muffin make up another spot into P4 in this lap.
So I've just seen on my side of things here, there is an error on the comms computer here that's saying that we're not receiving enough video to maintain footage. So it's damn well seems like the conditions here are really starting to change.
Yeah, it's getting very, very hazy, very, very misty. As Lenosis has just said, bugger this, and sent it past Geesh. Oh, very sideways into Indy. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
He did this last time as well. He decided to send it on the inside before he put a penalty.
Might be a defensive buffer against Captain Muffin, possibly.
Well, we're on board with Muffin in helmet cam now.
Get past Geesh, serve your penalty, slip back behind Geesh, and use the slipstream to get back up to speed.
Oh,
what
Muffin!
that has done is...
Oh, Lenocious has gone sideways. That little feint by Muffin was all that was needed then. That was psychological warfare, was what that was. You just seen there, Muffin showed the little feint on the inside, and Lenocious must have caught it because he definitely went sideways there through the Porsche curves.
Oh, young Wakey's in the pits.
Up, so let's see what he puts on here. Either he's either coming in and putting a soft compound on, knowing that it might rain shortly, or...
Well, he didn't have to. He's on the racing hard tyres, and he's still got a good 35-40% on that left-hand rear. Well, that's to be expected. That left-hand rear medium on GDR's car is completely and utterly cooked.
So
Lenosis's left-hand rear has like the slightest sliver of white left on the wear indicators. So
oh, there's more people pitting now too. Morgan's in, John's in. So
I think this top four at the top five.
Oh, Wakey's gone onto a wet. Young Wakey has gone onto a wet compound tyre.
Well, he's probably got about...
So he's Prima GDR. GDR's on the wet.
I'd say they've got about a lap and a half of driving on this wet tyre on a dry track before they need rain. Otherwise, they are in trouble.
Yeah,
maybe they were watching the stream of the Div 3 round and saw all of us get caught out down the back part of Mulsanne Straight when it just absolutely bucketed down. And
Well, John's just
Yeah.
put on a soft. What's Morgan put on? Because Morgan's also pitted.
Morgan has a wet.
Yeah, so Prima
So
GDR,
we got-
Young Wakey, and Morgan all on a wet compound tyre.
We've got Speedy Snoopy in P1 with a well-cooked set of mediums on the rear. I dare say he'll be in at the end of this lap. Captain Muffin is on the fuel light getting a bump draft from Geesh. On mediums as well with about 20% left. Geesh is on the hards, also on the fuel light with plenty left. Lenosis is on a, well, not just cooked, but burnt to a crisp left-hand rear. He's not on the fuel light, so he's okay there. Goaty's on the fuel light, has about 20% left on his racing hard on the left-hand rear. Woody is going to be very lucky to make it this lap without running out of fuel. And his left-hand rear racing hard is very, very well cooked. Yep, he's lifting and coasting. He's in full fuel save mode. And Young Wakey's about 30% fuel with a fresh set of wets.
It's definitely
GDR's a
raining.
little bit less fuel with a fresh set of wets. Yep, there's a little bit of moisture on track now. It's only in the first third, but it's definitely coming.
Yeah,
John is on a brand spanking new set of racing soft tyres.
I don't get that. I don't get
Well, if it gets any wetter, he's in serious trouble. If it doesn't, could be a masterstroke. Turtle is on the fuel light with a well-cooked set of racing softs. Morgan Davies, 30% fuel with a fresh set of wets. Ricky Bobby's about 15% fuel with a half-cooked set of racing hards. Faf is 35% fuel with a fresh set of wets, and Madrick is just coming into the pits now, and it is raining on the down the pit lane. So the weather might be coming in a little bit different as Speedy and Muffin now pull into the pits.
Madrick's put on the
Throw
inters.
some wet weather.
So the guys that pitted one lap early, I think, might have just burned themselves to a crisp because the wet compound tyre, I've learned this from last time it went a bit wet at Autopolis, you can burn quite a significant amount of that tyre very early if it's too dry. And I'll tell you right now, the man to watch in this as well is Diswood. 110% Diswood will be salivating at the thought of a wet weather race.
He'll probably be screaming that the weather didn't come earlier.
Yeah, agreed.
So Speedy Snoopy onto the wets. Geesh in P2, 10 seconds behind him on the wets. Captain Muffin just behind Geesh, also on the wets. Lenosis, about 10 seconds further afield in P4 on the wets as well. And Goaty, another 4.5 seconds behind Lenosis, also on the wets. And Young Wakey, now he's on the wets from a lap earlier, but he's already worn a third of his rear tyres, having run them on a dry track. So
Yeah, he's tried to get
I
him
don't
on.
know whether that's going to play into things, whether if the weather gets any wetter, if that's going to hurt him or not.
I think, yeah, that's going to be a telling factor.
GDR's in a similar situation as well. He's burned through over 30% of his left-hand rear tyre.
Wonder if it doesn't rain any heavier, if Mad Rick's intermediate tyres might be the right call. Because it doesn't look all like it's wet out there. You can tell it's wet. But it's not.
Oh, John's in for a bad time. He's still on the racing softs. He's just
Uh-oh.
spun it going on to Mulsanne.
Uh-oh.
And that's 2 3/4 spins. So what's that?
Oh, and
Yeah.
Morgan nearly clipped him too.
He's just done a 990-degree spin.
So we're just on board now with John. Yep. And straight off at Tetra Rouge. He's got the traction control on and it doesn't help a bit.
Can confirm. when that moisture's in the middle third and you're on slick tyres. Yeah. Hopes and prayers.
So he's not only got a penalty to serve now, but he's well and truly stuck in the weeds on the soft compound tyre. Yeah, now Speedy Snoopy now 8.8 seconds clear of distinct Geesh. So Geesh has fought back so well. We're heading into lunchtime now here at Le Mans. It looks like
That just goes flying past John. He's got the wet tyres on as opposed to John on the softs. Nothing he can do about it.
Yep. So we knew that John was going to hate the wet weather, but I think he's going to hate it a hell of a lot more now.
Yep. Because there's still 16 minutes to go. Oh, no, he's just gone straight on through Michelin curves and into the tyre barrier. Oh, that's not gone well. And he's going to try and cut across, and I think he's going to get reset for his trouble. Yep.
So,
right into the middle of the corner with Ricky Bobby and Turtle. Oh, and John's gone again. Oh, that was not a great place to get reset.
so we'll just
Obviously nothing he can do about it.
So
And that did not go well.
just having a look now. He's tried to merge on. He's going in a cross. Oh, yeah, the reset. That is a horrible spot for a reset. Not his fault.
I don't think the inters are working out well for Madrick, as the moisture meter is now into the top third.
You can see
It's very wet.
John's doing his best impersonation of a gymnast. Turtle's gone by him as well, so yeah, it's going to go from bad to worse.
Young Wakey's back in P6 just quietly.
And he's actually on the back of Mountain Goat Lenocious here. So he'll have way more tyre temp than the guys in front.
And Captain Muffin is still within 7/10 of Geesh, who's made his way back up to P2.
Oh, Mountain Goat's gone real wide. Young Wakey's just... Oh, there's contact! And Young Wakey's off! Mountain Goat's trying to... I don't know if he's redressing. Yes, he is. So there was a little bit of contact there between the two. That was just awkward. Mountain Goat went wide, and then at the forward curves, he's tried to bring it back, but he's had absolutely nowhere to go, and he's gone to the exact same spot that Young Wakey was heading to.
Good sportsmanship from the young fella.
Is it just me, or is the gap between Snoopy and Geesh not only dropping, but Captain Muffin, the gap between Muffin and Geesh is dropping now?
Well, the gap between Geesh and Muffin was around 6/10 the last time I looked. It's now 7/10, so it's sort of around the same. I will keep an eye on that gap between Snoopy and Geesh, because I can't remember what that was when they came out of the pits. Actually, I think it was about 9 seconds, give or take. And it's now down to 7, so... Well, Speedy Snoopy ran a 4:24 outlap and Geesh ran a 4:22 outlap, so that checks out.
I'll tell you right now, looking at those conditions, someone's been eating a hell of a lot of McCain corn as Lenocious gets 1 second penalty, because it is wet out there. It's absolutely bucketing down now. Our leader, Speedy Snoopy, 6.6 seconds ahead, but still got 12 minutes. That gap is coming down. Stick Geesh in P2. Second between Geesh and Captain Muffin. Muffin's got that 1 second penalty. He's quite safe though to Lenocious, who's in P4.
I'd anticipate that there is this lap plus 3 more to go.
Mountain Goat
at least
fifth.
For the front runners.
Young Wakey's now up into P6, but Diswood's coming at a rapid rate of knots here.
Ooh, Young Wakey. The gap between him and Godey's out to 4 seconds. Something's going on there.
Prima GDR's now in P8. He's got a 1 second penalty, but he's got daylight between himself and Morgan Davey.
Oh, Woody will be salivating right now. He's 7/10 behind Young Wakey in the wet.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen young Wakey drive in the wet. As he
Oh,
runs.
Wakey's gone deep at Mulsanne. Oh, and Woody's got the power down coming out of it. Thank you very much, he says. I'll have that.
Yep, this is heaven for Diswood now. Le Mans, the car is very, very quick in, and wet weather. I think the only thing that could top it off for him is at least a beer.
Looks like young Wakey's just giving him a bit of a bump draft just to help him along.
So, that gap up the front now, Speedy Snoopy, 6.4 seconds, it's dropping. Slowly but steadily, it's starting to drop. Geesh, because of that 1 second. Oh, someone's gone off.
Oh, yellow flag. Yellow flag?
Yep, someone's gone off. I think that's
John. That's John.
Oh, wow.
He's still on the racing soft tyres.
Oh, no. So he can't get back.
Mad bastard.
So it sounds like he just can't get back. He's just trying to stay out of the way of the leaders here, which is great sportsmanship shown there by John, but...
Good awareness, very good awareness.
Oh, Lenosius is in the wall. We just got it through the Porsche curves here. And Mountain Goat follows him into the wall as well. For good measure. Can we see a three-peat? No. As Diswood, they're going to just start... they're going to round up John here, who's just... He's in the cold depths of hell. Entering now the last 10 minutes of this race.
Diswood has managed to drop young Wakey to the tune of 2 seconds in 2 sectors of the track.
Well, Lenosius in P4 here, he's only a second and a half ahead of Mountain Goat here. So for Diswood, P4 is well and truly on the cards, but he needs a monumental failure from Muffin or Geesh to really capitalise.
Just out of interest for our viewers, you've got Speedy Snoopy P1, still 6.4 seconds up with a half-second penalty now. Whoopsie.
That's
he's running traction control. Geesh is not. Neither is Captain Muffin. Lenosis is running traction control. Goatee isn't. Neither is Diswood. Neither is Young Wakey. Neither is GTR. Who seems to be having a bad time while doing it.
I can tell you right now, Morgan's definitely not.
No, he's definitely not. Faff is, Ricky Bobby is, Turtle Power is, Mad Rick is, and John seems content to just finish this race on the racing soft tyres because he's making his way very slowly through the first chicane.
Well, technically speaking, he doesn't have to pit to put the wet compound on, as he just racks up 3 more seconds of penalties.
He's currently sitting on 12 seconds of penalty.
I think he just wants to throw the queue in the rack and call it a day. He's sick of it. So he's only got 8 more minutes hanging out there, John.
It's very well known that he is not a fan of the wet weather in this game.
I think that call to go onto a soft tyre instead of a wet at that point was definitely the straw that broke the camel's back there.
So back to that Geesh gap watch. Speedy Snoopy's still holding him out to 6.2 seconds. However, he is carrying a half-second penalty that he'll have to serve this lap. So that'll help bring the gap down a little bit.
Well, it could be a last lap. Battle on here because Snoopy's last lap was a 4:22.3. He's about to serve a half-second penalty, and you can safely say that that's going to be compounded there. So the gap will drop. Geesh did a 4:19.6 last lap, so 3 seconds quicker, mind you. Muffin did a 22.6. Lenosius is on struggle street here. Diswood's got past Mountain Goat. And not only has Diswood got past Mountain Goat, he's...
Lenosis has got big fuel issues because by Mike math, it's going to be a 24-lap race, and we're only halfway through lap 22.
So Lenosius is well and truly in fuel trouble here.
Most definitely.
And Diswood
getting a nice little bump draft from his teammate.
I can tell you right now, if there's been anyone that wanted to have the rainfall sooner rather than later, it was Diswood. Jump on board now.
I can't watch this. I can't watch my teammate. Yes, this is painful.
I can tell you right now, this is, as Lenosius runs very, very wide at Arnage there, this is a man who is truly in his element in the wet. He's in the slipstream of the APR Motorsport car. The weather is getting a bit heavier by the looks of things. Diswood side by side goes up the inside of the Porsche curves. Can he get it done? Oh, he just pulls it up. So Diswood now up to P4. I don't quite think he's going to catch Captain Muffin, who's 23 seconds clear. But this gap is now closing in 5.2 seconds between Speedy Snoopy and Distinct Geesh, with 2 laps to go by the looks of things. So there's your top 3, all within QE of each other.
Who is that Mad Rick that Geesh is coming up on?
Oh, Diswood had a massive moment there, just saw as he entered the
And
Ford
he
S's.
pulls well and truly out of the way for his teammate. Is that his teammate? Yes, that's his teammate.
Distinct Geesh.
Mad Rick being Geesh's teammate, yes. Sorry.
Yeah, you can tell, look at the conditions right now. It's absolutely hammering down here. And the happiest man in the world would be this man. He's now at the P4. He's actually the...
And just checking back in on John, who's spinning rather hilariously down the back straight. He's now up to 22 seconds worth of penalty.
You're joking me. We might just cross over. Give Johnson TV time there. Yep, 22 seconds. It's a lot of time. Anyway, back up the front now. Speedy Snoopy, 4.7 to the good. So the gap is still dropping, although he's picked up the pace. So it looks like the gap's between Geesh and Muffin now. Muffin's got a half-second penalty. Diswood still a big gap, but main battle at the moment is looking like Lenosius versus Mountain Goat here for the end of the top 5. I dare say Lenosius might be in a big spot of bother here. Former Division 2 champion.
Captain Muffin with a half-second penalty, but he's got 6 seconds to Geesh and 22 seconds to Woody, so I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. But Limosis is in some serious fuel issues.
He will never hear the end of it if he runs out on fuel. I know this for a fact. With the amount of shade he's thrown at us Deeds drivers over the seasons, he runs out of fuel. I swear to God, I will offer him a
Cody's
contract.
got a 1 second penalty.
Oh,
He's been a naughty boy.
let's just check.
He is
Yeah, he has
looking good
too.
for fuel though. Young Wakey's 9.5 seconds further afield to them. He's looking very healthy for fuel.
GDR's
GDR's
GDR's gone
having
well
a
off in the weeds.
Bad time. That's going to add to his half-second penalty he's already got, I would dare say. Oh, and he's nearly spun it getting on the path. How has he gotten away with not getting a penalty there?
I don't know, but I'll tell you right now, if he's in struggle street and he's got a half-second penalty, I know there's only a lap to go, and it is Le Mans, but he's got a very hungry Morgan Davey behind him, who is a wet weather master.
Yeah, and Morgan is looking very good for fuel. He's got plenty on board.
Well,
just
that's
under
good
a
news.
quarter of a tank.
Speedy Snoopy now 4.2 still ahead. Oh, he's struggling though. These guys really struggling with this wet weather.
Oh, my other teammate, Ricky Bobby's doing a Formula Drift impersonation coming out of Forza. He's unfortunately got a 1 second penalty, but that was a very impressive slide. I will give him that.
Looking at Lenosius at the moment, he's got Mountain Goat all over the rear end. Goat wants to mount a challenge.
Well, he's carrying 1 second penalty, which he's going to have to serve about now, so it won't be now. And Goaty has just tipped onto the fuel light.
I'll tell you what though, Diswood has absolutely dropped these guys in not even a lap. He's 7 seconds clear. Captain Muffin's probably thanking his lucky stars there was this 22-23 second gap, because Woody's already shaved 4 seconds off that, a 4:18.6 and a
To put it
4:17.
into comparison, you've got Speedy Snoopy's best lap in the wet is a 4:19.6. Sorry, a 4:20.7. Geesh's is a 4:19.4, which he just did. Captain Muffin's
Got a
done
1 second penalty.
4:21 flat. Woody has done 4:17.6, 4:18.6.
So this tells you about how much this bloke wanted it to rain and how quick he can truly be in the wet weather. Absolutely froths these conditions. So he drops a
And it looks
4:17.5.
like this will be the top 4. This will be their last lap. Lap 24 will be their last lap.
The big thing as well we've got to remember is it won't, once the race finishes, they've got 3 minutes to get around, and unfortunately we can't make it longer because the Gran Turismo, it's all it can do is 180 seconds, which is a bit of a shame.
I would dare say the top 6 will make it to the finish line before it cuts out. Not sure about young Wakey, whether he'll get to see the checkered flag. Oh, someone who's gone off there. Oh, that's John. Don't mind me. Sorry, got excited over nothing. Well, you're not nothing, John. You're somebody.
He served his penalty. He's got blue flags. He's getting out of the way. So good sportsmanship there by John. He just doesn't want to deal with this anymore. So the gap between Snoopy and Geesh now down to 3.5. This will definitely be the last lap of the race. So it'll be final lap once Speedy Snoopy crosses the finish line. Well, final lap now actually. It'll be the race ending once Speedy Snoopy crosses the finish line. But that gap, 3.5, still not comfortable. Muffin's got another 1 second penalty here. This would impede 4. Lenocious in 5th. He's got Mountain Goat breathing down his neck in 6th. Young Wakey in 7th. Prima GDR in 8th, and he's got a half a second penalty. He's got Morgan Davies slashed that gap by quite a... he slashed it in half, actually, in a lap.
There is a lot of fuel saving going on in Lenosis' car.
10th is Fath. Ricky Bobby crosses the line. P11th, he'll be happy to just let that one go. 12th is Turtle. Mad Rick is P13 at the moment. And John just makes way for Faf. He's well and truly down by 10 minutes. So, back up the front though. This is where the battle is. But we're also on battle watch with Lenocious and Mountain Goat here, because look at this. Mountain Goat crawling all over the back as they enter Mulsanne. Oh, Lenocious is gone! Well into the weeds there. And Mountain Goat has said bye-bye. He's well and truly gone. That is P5. So 4th and 5th for the Brocky 05 Sim Racing crew. That is a bucket load of points tonight. They've still got, I believe, 2 more cars yet to run. So in terms of the championship, this could be huge for the team's title. Back up the front now though. Speedy Snoopy going through the Porsche curves for the one last time. This man, he could have stayed in Division 2. He could have absolutely dominated the championship. But he decided to take the challenge. Move up to the Premier Division of Sector 1. He's looked at home. The gap dropping down under 3 seconds. It's not going to be enough unless Snoopy has a massive moment. What a night it's been for Red Mist Racing so far though. Leavensfield possibly sealing the championship. And this man here, give him his flowers, stand up and applaud. A massively awesome performance by Speedy Snoopy. He wins the Sector 1 24 hours of Division 1.
Great drive, son. That was fantastic.
Stink Geesh in P2. Captain Muffin, he will round out the podium. A little bit of a celebration there from Muff.
A little bit of a tank slapper.
How about
Woody?
How about the recovery drive from Woody though? As soon as it rained, absolutely unbeatable. And look at him drifting just across the finish line there. He'll be absolutely loving that. Here comes Mountain Goat in P5. And he's absolutely gapped Lenosius actually in half a lap.
Well, to be fair, Lenosis is all but out of fuel.
Oh. I'm now begging...
He's not out of fuel.
Oh. I was looking
sorry to
forward
burst your
that.
bubble there.
Young Wakey in P7. Prima GDR. He's going to hold off Morgan. This will be for P8.
I'm not sure if we're going to get to see him finish.
Oh, GDR!
Ooh.
GDR's gone off!
Ooh.
Oh, he's been
Oh,
reset!
it's a reset.
Oh, and we ran out of time.
He was so lucky there because, yeah, Morgan would have been coming in hot into those forward curves.
And look at that, Speedy Snoopy not only taking the win, but starting P7 as well. That is a phenomenal drive from our Sector 1 24 Hours of Le Mans winner. Holy mother of jeez, what a night for Red Mist, and what a night for Brocchio 5 as well. Massive results coming out of that one. We speaking of the results, I might just bring them up as I just go that way. Our race results brought to you, of course, by Adelaide Ceramic Coatings, and Speedy Snoopy takes the chocolates. Distinct Geesh actually had a 2-second penalty as he crossed the finish line there in P2. P3 was Captain Muffin. 4th is Diswood. 5th is Mountain Goat. Lenosius in 6th. Young Wakey in 7th, also with the fastest lap of the race, a 3 minutes 38 flat. Prima GDR in 8th. Morgan Davey in P9. Fath in 10th. Ricky Bobby 11th. 12th is Turtle. Mad Rick is 13th, and John's still running after... he's got 10 minutes left to go. He will round out the rear, but that is Division 1 absolutely run and done, and I can confirm now that our Division 1 champion is definitely Distinct Geesh, so he wins the Division 1 title, gone back-to-back. He's done the defence. By how much? I'm not too sure. Snoopy might have taken a couple of points out of him, but... I know Snoopy was P3 as we got into this one. He only needed 5 points to get past Mountain Goat, and I think he might have actually got that. I definitely think he would have got that. So Snoopy might just finish P2 in the championship here. Massive result as well. I think Captain Muffin might have actually gained a couple of positions as well. I think he might have overtaken. Lenosius. We'll wait and see. But driver of the day, guys, they're coming in. Who was your driver of the day there, Cumberwood?
Well, going in my theme of not wanting to give it to the guy who wins the race, I'm going to go against that, and I'm going to give it to Speedy Snoopy. That was a phenomenal drive. Starting P7, taking the win by 4 seconds at the end, ran his strategy, ran his pace, ran what he needed to do. Everything worked out for him, but yeah, I can't fault that drive.
Yeah.
A close second for that, my nomination would be Captain Muffin, finishing P3. But yeah, Speedy Snoopy for my driver of the day. That was a fantastic effort.
Holy jeez. They're coming in quite a lot as well. Snake Eyes has said driver of the day, Speedy Snoopy. Well done, Red Mist Racing. 2 wins in one night. Yeah, massive night for Red Mist. Massive night. They've worked actually very, very hard this season to get some results. And considering where they were in the championship last year and where they are now, that's a phenomenal turnaround by the Red Mist Racing crew. Diablos has said, well done, Snoopy. Turtle said driver of the day, John. Yeah, I think that's the most penalties we've ever seen in a Sector 1 race officially, so that might be a new record there for John. Congratulations, Speedy Snoopy from Womble. Thank you for everything you brought to Red Mist Racing this season. We'll miss you. That might say some things about the lineups next year. Ooh. Driver of the day, Diswood from Bumcrack. Driver of the day, Womble, of course. Driver of the day, Snoopy from Diablos. Driver of the day, Snoopy from Renegade. Lost voice of the night, Karen. Yeah, my voice is going. Yeah, Snoopy needs a pay increase. Driver of the day, Snoopy. Special mention to Diswood from Debrev. Great comeback from Jish. Yeah, massive comeback considering where he was in lap 9. Oh no, lap 1, sorry. When I don't know what happened. That was weird. It was either... It felt like lag played a part, but for 1 second it was like his car just hit the wall and stopped. But it also looked like he had
I
contact.
can
But
speak. I can speak from experience. That wall at the exit of Anage is like the inside wall at T1 at Daytona. If you clip it, your car just stops. You only have to just slightly touch it, and it's like you've run head on into a concrete barrier.
John has fired in the chat. I bought a new car and forgot to get wets. Oh no. Oh
You-
no.
You I
You
don't
can
even
you
know
can
how to
swear it is 10 o'clock.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
So I personally think we should wrap this up because it's 10 o'clock. MotoGP is about to start. I believe.
And
it's
you're probably fairly buggered.
Oh, I'm buggered, all right, and I've got to stay up until at least 12:30, 1 o'clock at night. So I've still got Formula One to come, MotoGP. Yeah, MotoGP starting literally in 2 minutes. So if you've got KO or Foxtel, switch it across. But
Just record the F1. It's Monaco racing. It's going to be a procession for
well,
90
you say
minutes.
that,
It's gonna
but
be boring.
cover your you're going to say that, but cover your ears, guys, if you don't want any spoilers from qualifying if you haven't watched. But I'll give you 3, 2, 1. Charles Leclerc is on pole, but he has the Monaco curse. Oscar Piastri has starting second this race. So there is a very real chance that Oscar Piastri could win his first big race in the Monaco Grand Prix. So I'm going to be watching it to tune in and make sure that he does a phenomenal job. We know Max Verstappen's nowhere, so hopefully it's a good race. We'll wait and see. But yeah, first and foremost, we might wrap this up. Big thank you goes to Carbon Boy, Spitzy, and Bumcrack for stepping in tonight. Especially you, Carbon Boy, after coming off that Dip 3 race and then having to step in and do RD. Thank you very much for all your work.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm also quite buggered, so I'm thinking I might just toddle myself off to get a bit of sleep in the pit garage before heading home.
Also, big thank you does go to drivers from Division 3 and Division 1 this whole season, whether you stayed the whole season or just were in select races. Everyone that took part, big thanks for stepping in, and we do hope you enjoy your time here at Sector 1. There's more racing to come, especially with next season on the horizon and the Sector 1 awards incoming as well. Forms for those, actually, next season and the Sector 1 awards will be dropping pretty soon. So stay tuned because the Sector 1 awards is always great fun. It's just a laugh and a half, and yeah, we've got some very special things coming up for that one. And then Season 9, of course, car reveal. We won't say when it is. We won't say where it is. All we will say is it's going to be an absolute blast. I'm excited. Big thank you behind the scenes to all the admin team, to all the race directors as well, stewards, livery lords, everyone that makes the wheels click here in Sector 1, especially with hosting and, we've stepped up a phenomenal amount this season, especially the way everything's presented, the way the Discord is. Everything's been fantastic. So big thank you does go to everyone. And last but not least...
And before they tune out,
Yep.
big thank you to everyone who tunes in each week to watch the racing.
Yep. I was about to say that.
Oh, sorry. Had to steal your thunder.
Big thank you to everyone that's tuned in tonight or throughout the season as well. We've still got one more round to go, so we hope you stick around for that. Group B... And I've already seen the weather reports for next week, and I'll tell you right now, if you thought if you thought tonight was wet, oh boy, next week it is going to be a whole lot worse. I can tell you that right now. So I've just checked out AccuWeather as well, and yeah, it's basically going to be wet, wet, wet. So yeah, stay tuned for that one, guys. But this is Karen signing off for Sector 1 for the final time for Group A. We hope you enjoyed your night. Thank you so much for tuning in. And as always, oh God, why am I so bad with these things? Drink water. Good night, everybody. Stream's over? Stream's over? Yeah, oh, you know what I should have said? Don't drink water. Drink